even. Johnny Bench has tied it up. The Cincinnati Reds win the World Series in 4 straight. It was a sweep.
In the dirt, it's a wild pitch. Here comes Boston. The Reds win the pennant.
Perkins won the game.
That ball is fair. Cincinnati's ahead. 2 games to none.
Welcome Joe Randa to Cincinnati. Adam Dunn has done it again.
Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Marty, yes. This is Adam from Milwaukee. Hey, Adam, how you doing? I'm good. How are you? Good. Do you think Scott Chatterbox is a good player?
Dunn up there with the bases loaded, the outfield deep and around toward right, and the 1-0 on the way to the plate. Swung on, long drive, right field, and this one belongs to the Reds.
And a high drive, hit back into deep right field. Junior has just knocked the door down to the 500 club.
Benson's first home run is a walk-off winner. That ball had a family.
And De La Cruz is, oh my goodness, look at this kid run. My, oh my, that is a triple.
Matt McClain's first big league bomb.
Spencer Steer's first big league hit is a home run to straightaway center field. Joey Votto's done it again.
The pitch. Votto swings high in the air. Right field. Yes! He pointed to the dugout to say, I told you. That is Joey Votto's 315th career go-ahead ribby. Only Johnny Bench had more as a Red.
And I can't tell you how much it means to play in front of everyone here in Cincinnati as a Red. What a gift. What a tremendous gift. So thank you. Thank you.
I think I can speak for all of Reds country. Joey Votto, thank you.
High drive. Left center field. Racing back to the line. Bourgeois. The Reds are National League Central Division champions. In the air, left center field. Did he? He did. He did. Reds win. Win. Line to the right field. Junior, the first Red ever. With 4 home runs in a game. Can you believe it? In the air, down the right field line. Does it have a chance? The Reds have won on a 3-run home run on opening day by Ramon Hernandez. A strike away and out away is Homer Bailey. Ground ball to third. Frazier gloves. Throw to first, and Homer Bailey, for the second time in his major league career, has tossed a no-hitter. Oh, gosh. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Holy Moses, the second player in major league history to hit 7 home runs in the first 10 games. In the air, and the Reds win. What a dream beginning to the career of Jay Bruce.
What's going on?
We've made it back to another edition of Chatterbox Reds. I'm in the middle of eating lunch, but at the same time, I'm also in the middle of trying to play catch up here. Has there been anything crazy that's happened in the last hour and a half?
Well, Lucas Sims got traded, so
Okay, well, that's news to me.
absolutely electric by the Cincinnati Reds. You know, last night I said,
You're
I
fired
think-
up now?
no, not the trade. The trade's kind of meh. We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
But last night I said, I think 2 is probably the right time to go. The Reds don't make a trade until 140. I mean, what a blessed life that we live here. I mean,
yeah, you made the right call. I mean, I know you were debating on the time, and turns out
got lucky.
140.
So
go ahead. Yeah,
we got some info here. Ovis Portis. Hopefully I'm saying the young man's name correctly. A 19-year-old Baseball America. They just updated their list. He is as the number 29 ranked prospect. So nothing spectacular. He does throw 99 miles per hour. So certainly has potential. I mean,
right.
if you throw there. I had said last night, Trace, Lucas Sims, I think, is a lot more attractive as a free agent than as a 2-month rental because of the walks. And I didn't think anyone was going to give up anything of significant value. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Again, you got a lottery ticket. Like, if the Reds were a game or two closer, I probably would be against this trade. But with where we're at, you kind of have to take whatever you can get is kind of what I feel right now.
Well, I think it's evident to me, at least, that this Reds team is in a spot where, let's face it as well. Like, even if you get rid of Montas and even if you get rid of Sims, it doesn't change things too dramatically. I mean, you can make the argument that, yeah, Sims certainly has the potential to be a pretty good back end of the bullpen guy, and he has been for the most part of his career for the Reds, and I think you illustrated that last night. Sims unfortunately has a bad rap because he has come in and given up some big moments, and the walk the other night didn't help the matter by any stretch of the imagination. But these are the trades that somebody will hit on one of these, whether it's the Reds or some other random team. Someone's going to look back and be like, hey, do you remember when we gave up, X player to get this guy that's helping us possibly win a World Series? Now, whether or not, Ovis Portes is that guy, I'm not going to go to that far, but you never know. I mean, I am thankful to hear that he, has a lively arm at least. 99 miles an hour is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, look, when Tyler Naquin got dealt, that felt like kind of an afterthought. I mean, there was a couple nice prospects kind of fit this profile, and now Hector Rodriguez is one of the most coveted Reds prospects, and the pitcher Jose Acuna is also a guy that a lot of people really like. So it's always a gamble, no matter what you do. Even if you get a prospect that's a top 10 prospect in a team's farm system, that's a gamble too. Those are more likely gambles. Those have higher probabilities of hitting. But yeah, I mean, this makes sense for the Reds where they're at. Again, if the Reds were like 2 games closer, I would probably not like this move at all. I would say just ride with Lucas Sims for the rest of the year. Don't give him up for this far down of a lottery ticket. But with where the Reds are at, I can't really fault them. And you hope that this guy turns out to be, an actual big leaguer. But it's hard to really give any more thoughts or projections on that than just, well, let's see what this guy does right now.
Do you think that there's a whole lot to lose, though? Like, that's the thing that I see in the chats. Like, we traded Lucas Sims. Justin said we traded Lucas Sims for some 19-year-old kid. That's it. I mean, what do you think you're going to get back in return anyways for a rental player? Number one. Number two is Lucas Sims he's not Mariano Rivera either. So I don't know what your expectation is that you're going to get. And I think I'd rather personally take a lottery ticket than to take a retread, than to take some guy that's, maybe he was a top-ranked prospect at one time, and then all of a sudden, he struggled for 4 or 5 years. And I'm not trying to, kill Austin Hendrick, but at some point, taking a 19-year-old kid is a better option than taking a 24-year-old or 25-year-old that's never stuck in the big leagues. And, you never know. Maybe the 19-year-old kid ends up being a bona fide starting pitcher that you need when the year 2027 comes around. No one wants to talk about 2027, and I don't blame them because I think we're all there, you included. But I'm not going to sit here and cry over the fact that we got rid of Lucas Sims. And I'm not suggesting Lucas Sims is terrible, but this team is not in a position to make the postseason. I mean, it almost reminds me, Nick, this is a terrible analogy, but I'd be curious to see if you think it's semi-fair. Could you imagine in football or basketball, I don't care, you pick the sport, where you're allowed to take your timeouts into the next game, up to 2 timeouts or something like that? It feels like there's a point in the game where you would decide, hey, this has kind of gotten away from us. We're not going to take any timeouts. We're just going to take our tail kicking because we might need to use those timeouts in the following game. That's where I think the Reds are. It's like you take your lump and you know where you stand, and now you find out if you can get lucky on the back end of something. I'm still hoping that Nick Martinez gets traded for something that's actually of worth value that might come in the form of a 2025 edition in regards to help. We'll see.
I got a little, this is from one of the Red Sox prospect guys talking about the new Red, Ovis Portis, one of the breakout pitching prospects in the Red Sox lower minor leagues this year. Projectable frame. As we mentioned, the fastball tops out at 99, got a slider to change up. Relief risk, but a very intriguing arm. So that's kind of what the Reds got here.
Where's he at right now?
He's at Salem. I think that's their low A, I believe.
Okay. So he's probably. I mean, I don't know if this for sure, but they just shut him down. Are they gonna? He's not gonna. How much season's left? We got about a month left in minors.
Yeah, he's in low A right now. He's only throwing 21 innings so far this year. Well, he started. He actually. Well, he started at their complex league, which I believe is in Florida. He threw 13 innings there, then 21 innings. At low A. He has been used as a starter at low A. He has not gone more than 4 innings in a start. That's not necessarily anything crazy. Chase Petty last year did not go more than 4 innings pretty much all season, and he was a lot further along than where Portis is right now. So I would assume he goes to Daytona. Yeah, he probably pitches. I don't know,
a few innings. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the year. Yeah, they got a little over a month left in their season. Daytona might make the playoffs though, but that's only like a couple games as well. So, yeah, we did have a quote from Nick Kroll just came out from Charlie Goldsmith. He was talking about how the Reds only have 4 starters right now. When asked about who's pitching in that role and what the rotation will look like without Montas, Kroll said, quote, "Let's see how today goes."
All right.
So this will be a fun day seeing who the Reds start tonight. I think Leon Richardson, I assume, is probably in the building. Whether he gets activated or not probably depends on if Nick Martinez gets traded, is my guess. It's got to be a wild day if Nick Martinez doesn't get traded, though, and then has to start or be the bulk.
Well, they're not going to tell him. They're telling him today, right now, that he's starting tonight. And then, if worst case, if they have to tell him, "Hey, sorry, you've been traded," then they're going to tell Leon Richardson to.
He's not a dummy, though.
No, he's not a dummy, but I mean, he's gonna prepare to go about his business. Yeah. It's not like they're telling him he's not starting, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Well, we couldn't find nobody, so you're back in." That isn't happening. Trevor Rogers just got traded to the Baltimore Orioles, for those that care. So,
Cubs traded Mark Leiter Jr. to the Yankees.
Oh, really?
So the Cubs are selling too.
Mark Leiter Jr. Remember, he was a big time arm. He came out of Vanderbilt, right?
Yeah, I think he's their top reliever right now. I don't know. I haven't been following the Cubs. They've been so far out of it that I haven't paid as much attention to them, but I know he was a pretty coveted arm, so it made sense for them to move him, though. I'm not, in all seriousness. He probably was at his max value as a reliever. They're trying to capitalize. I know there was a few people that did really like the return that the Cubs got for that, so that'll be interesting to.
You know whose name's not come up a whole lot, and maybe rightfully so, is that India's name has not come up a lot.
Yeah, that's the fascinating topic of the day. India's in a much different situation though.
Because Matt McClain, right? To be fair, I think
I was going the other way with this.
Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say if Matt McClain was a stud, and India had to play a different position this year, I think the Reds would have just figured a way out to get something in return. But now I don't want to say they're stuck, but what was your take on that?
Yeah, maybe not as far off. I mean, India's you still have 2 more years of control after this year. So he's in a totally different spot than Frankie Montas, than Lucas Sims, than Nick Martinez, than Buck Farmer, than Justin Wilson. You still have 2 years of control. I do kind of agree with that. I think if Jonathan India was having the exact same season that he had, but the Reds had him out in left field or as your DH first baseman, I think they would probably feel a lot more comfortable moving him right now. Now, I don't know what his value would be. I don't know if his value would be better or worse. I'm assuming probably worse, to be honest, unless he played a great left field, but we never saw how that actually panned out. But yeah, I mean, I think if the Reds felt better about Matt McLain in terms of his ability to stay on the field, I think they would be a no-brainer. They would be moving Jonathan India right now. But I think that doubt has definitely made the Reds probably demand more.
One thing to clear up here real fast, thanks to Reed Mouse, he said, I'm thinking of Jack Leiter. Marcus, his cousin. Bunch of lighters. Those guys can just pitch, I guess. Must be like a thing in the family. So that's here nor there. I didn't really care a whole lot about the lighter situation regardless, but best of luck to the rest of the teams trading at the deadline. Hopefully they all somehow fail in a nice way, if I'm allowed to say that. I don't really have any other different opinions than I had last night about the Weimer situation. I mean, kind of keep thinking on it, and it's like, what more could you possibly ask for, I guess? We'll see. I mean, the Reds, would you be disappointed if they don't make another move? Like, genuinely disappointed?
I would say probably no, just because I feel like they've clearly showed that they are trying to make moves. I would have only been disappointed if the Reds were not trying to capitalize on the market.
Market seems crazy, by the way.
Yeah. But again, I don't want the Reds taking nothing. I mean, again, I don't want to just give away Justin Wilson and even Buck Farmer, because this team has a very slim chance of making the playoffs, but they do still have a slim chance. And I want at least a team's top 30 prospect back, or maybe even a top 40 if we're talking Buck Farmer. I want something of value. I don't want, and I don't mean to sound mean here, but the Reds traded Tommy Pham at the trade deadline for Nick Northcutt, who was a guy that has a lot of power, but he was not a prospect that was coveted. The Reds ended up DFAing the guy later that year. Now they ended up re-signing him back, but like, that's the player they got. I don't want the Reds making that kind of deal for Buck Farmer. Let him just ride out the season if you're getting a player that is almost, that has like less than a 1% chance of reaching the big leagues. That's kind of where I'm at. So it all just depends on what other teams are offering, which we don't know, in terms of really how I would feel about how things go on. But a little bit more, on Joey Weimer, I mean, this is exactly what you want the Reds doing. Right. If you want the Reds signing these free agents on short-term deals that you hope can help you get to the playoffs. But then if you don't get to the playoffs, you have these players that you can sell for a legitimate prospect back. So basically, what it ended up doing is the Reds basically bought Joey Weimer. They bought Joey Weimer for paying Frankie Montas' salary for a half of or for 2/3 of a season, and they bought a guy that was a top 100 prospect. Like, that's the best way to acquire talent, is just with cold hard cash.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. And you also have to be right. Let's be very clear. Like, you got to give, you got to be close to being right? Whether you agree that Montas was worth that or not worth that, that's debatable. I know that there's people that will debate, what the market is for starting pitching, whether it's worth that, and I think the Reds' draft history of late points to the fact that they probably realize that they can't swim in those waters. Because ultimately they're going to find themselves in a free agent market trying to get starting pitching, and it's going to look more and more like Frank Montas. And not that Montas is horrible, but he's just not going to be like I said, he's more of a reclamation project than anything. You can hope that he bounces back to being what he once was in Oakland, but you're not buying or getting a bona fide top of the line starter, even though we kind of try to convince ourselves of that. And I think deep down we all knew that it was kind of a hey, beef up the rotation piece. Then all of a sudden he gets announced as the opening day starter. He also says he's going to win 20 games, and we kind of get hyped up because it's spring training and we're all excited. So the other thing to your point is that they have to get it semi-right to be able to get a return, and they did. So you got to give them some credit for that. They're not going to get a return for Emilio Pagan, right? Like, and I know some of that's because of injury, but that's my point, is that if they fall flat on their face, then you don't get to buy a prospect for money, is my point.
Yeah. I mean that's. But again, even like Pagan though, I mean, he's not signed long term.
No, it's not going to hurt him, but you don't get you can't buy a prospect later. You have to be close to being right to be able to get that right to buy a prospect, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, it seems like Martinez is the main person right now that they are 100% trying to deal, and I think that also you can't have a reputation of getting bullied at the deadline, in my opinion. So if it means that Nick Krall doesn't feel like he's getting a fair deal and he just wants to stay put, fine, then stick to it.
Let's run back through for those who are just joining us. We just had Colton asking who the Reds get for Lucas Sims. I won't go through in too much detail, but Ovis Portes, a 19-year-old pitcher. He's currently at low A, so I assume he will probably go to Daytona. Ranked as the number 29 prospect for the Boston Red Sox, according to Baseball America, that just updated. Has a great arm. 99, can throw up to 99. The top Red Sox prospect guy basically said he is a relief risk. So he has the risk of being a reliever only, but certainly has the potential to be a actually impact pitcher for the Reds. So we'll see how this one pans out. And we already mentioned, Lucas Sims. I think it's just the walks is what hurt his return as much as anything. But the Reds do cash in and, at least get a lottery ticket here. We'll see how that pans out. Still to come on this, I'm going to try to do this for 4 hours. We'll see. I'm already 20 minutes down. That flew by, Trace. So we're 20 minutes down. Craig, I think, is joining us at 2:30. He's going to hang out for a large portion of the day. At 3:30, I have Sully joining the show.
I like that.
Chris Solomon from the #1 golf podcast in the world. He also happens to be a diehard Cincinnati Reds fan, and he's bringing along the radio pre- and post-game host of the Brewers, who also is like a stat nerd, really in tune with the team. So he's going to tell us a little bit more about Jacob Junis and Joey Weimer, kind of give his thoughts and kind of see why the Hi, Craig. You try to bring yourself in.
I tried to do it myself.
Just let me do it, Craig. Just let me do it. Hi, Craig. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, y'all? Don't let me interrupt. Keep going.
I don't know. I wasn't saying anything important.
You were saying that that basically is going to provide some insight on Junis and Weimer, and he's joining the show.
Yeah, and I'm also curious on kind of hearing his perspective on Frankie Montas and if they think he's a big upgrade and their thoughts on how he can help them this year. So, yeah, excited about that conversation. That'll be around 3:30. Might have some other folks joining along the way as well. So we'll try to have a good time. Craig, what's your thoughts on this deal, this Lucas Sims deal?
Well, I think everybody saw the writing on the wall that Lucas Sims was certainly a target that the Reds would be willing to move. I think ultimately you're talking about a 2-month rental for a guy that walks 5 per 9, and the return wasn't going to be great no matter how things went. And, getting anything with any sort of upside is going to be a positive in that scenario. This kid that we got in return certainly hasn't thrown a lot, only 11 games so far this year. So there's pretty limited data on Portes. But the peripherals look good. It sounds like he's working on his changeup, his third pitch, which will be beneficial. And the question will be whether the Reds see him as a future starter or a future reliever. He's made starts in the minors, and he's also come in relief in the minors. So the Reds will have options in how he progresses. But I just think that the bullpen became overly crowded, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lucas Sims isn't the last bullpen arm that gets moved today. Not surprised. Obviously, the Red Sox were a team that we knew were going to be looking to make some moves as well. So it is what it is. The reliever market should be a little bit hotter, I would think. But again, with a two-month rental guy that walks a lot, it's hard to expect more. So
you get the same thing both places. I mean, the Red Sox are getting a guy that could come in and be a dynamite back-end bullpen guy for 2 months. Could also be a guy that their fan base wants to throw completely out of Fenway Park in the first 2 starts. I don't know how it'll ultimately go, but we get a 19-year-old kid throws 99 miles an hour, and we might never hear his name again after this season outside of maybe the MILB reports on a nightly basis from time to time. But in 4 years, maybe he's a guy that we're relying on to get us to the National League Championship Series. It's a complete lottery ticket for both sides. And yeah, Sims, I get the idea that Sims is a major league talent right now. But what you're trading for in a major league talent, you only get to have for 2 months. And the Reds get a kid that you might have service time for 5-6 years. That's actually helping your baseball team. So. I don't know why anybody, and not that anyone is, but if anybody's getting sideways about a Lucas Sims trade at the deadline right now, you got to find. I can introduce other hobbies. We can get on the phone and we can discuss things. Like there's better things to do with your time than to worry about what we got in return for Lucas Sims. Now Martinez, probably a different story for me. I expect to get something of actual real relevance if he were to get traded. Because if they trade him, then I think actually it's a very clear indicator that they are completely selling the season. And I don't mean that they don't think it's humanly possible to get to the postseason without Nick Martinez, but I think that's a very, very, very clear line in the sand for me, and hopefully I would think for everyone else. I don't think just because you trade Lucas Sims and just because you trade Montas, you are quote-unquote 100% sellers and you just are throwing the season away, if you want to call it that. And I know that just the situation they're in right now, you could argue that that's how it looks. But if they trade Martinez, then I'm all in on the idea that they're and rightfully so, by the way. I'm all in for selling. I think I said that for 3 weeks. So,
well, we've seen plenty of players on the major league market that are returning major league quality players. And I think that, Lucas Sims is a decent player, but Nick Martinez provides flexibility, and he's shown some dominance in stretches as well. That can kind of, sway a team into maybe overpaying for a Nick Martinez because they think, okay, well, if I make the playoffs, having a guy who can go 2 or 3 innings in relief and dominate in relief is going to be super beneficial because now I can rely on a starting pitcher to give me 5. I can get 2 or 3 out of Nick Martinez, and now I'm in my closer situation and get to the end of my bullpen. We just came across the wire. I don't know if you guys saw yet or not, but Trevor Rogers has been traded to the Orioles, and the Orioles gave up Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers in return. Again, 2 major league players in exchange for Trevor Rogers, who is a decent pitcher, but is 2-9 on the year with a 4.53 ERA, not blowing people away by any means. So if the Reds can't get a decent return for a guy like Nick Martinez, or as Nick has talked about in the past, someone like Andrew Abbott, I would encourage them not to make the move unless they actually get the return that's worth it for them. And I think that's been a big conversation this whole time is what is the return going to be?
I think that Andrew Abbott poses that's a little bit of a lightning bolt topic, but it's certainly a risk. And it's also it could yield a huge return or reward, whatever term you'd like to use, right? It all comes down to what you think you have underneath basically that MLB umbrella that is quadruple A or triple A, whatever term you want to use. And I would put Rhett Lauder in there. I know he's thrown in Chattanooga, but it's hard for me to think that Rhett Lauder isn't a guy that would either finish the year at AAA or start the year next year at AAA. Worst case scenario. You add in Chase Burns, and you have two legitimate guys that you could make the case they're going to come out of, spring training with the club. And if that's the case, then and I know everyone's going to say you can never have too much starting pitching. You can never have too much starting pitching. But I'd like to have some offense at some point, guys. I don't know when we're going to make a big deal about that, but if we have to go another season watching this lame duck offense time and time again, I am low. 988. I don't know if that's been mentioned yet. That's a legitimate thing that's going to happen next season because I can't do this stuff anymore. I can't watch basically a lineup that's got 3 or 4 guys in it that feel damn near automatic outs. You know when the pitchers used to come to hit? Like, I thought we got rid of that. And we really kind of haven't on this baseball team at times.
15th in runs scored this year in baseball.
I don't give an
missing
absolute
Matt
shit.
McClain,
Missing
something. Christian Encarnacion.
Let's play this game. You want to play this game?
Will Benson has had his worst year of his career.
They just added Ty France. What more do you want?
All right. Nick, I got a question for you. What's your favorite offensive statistic?
I thought you would like runs scored. I thought that would be
no.
Now you're going to be a weighted runs created plus guy. Now you are. Now you're going to all of a sudden be a big weighted runs created plus guy.
I'm just learning. I'm learning. I'm being taught.
20th.
I'm being taught.
We've been over this, Nick. The analytics guys. The benefit of analytics is that you can always find a stat that goes in your favor.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Trace is doing here.
You don't want to use your favorite stat offensively because you know it's atrocious. You know that it's basically abysmal year after year with this team.
I don't think they're that far off. I think that they had a lot of things offensively. Everyone is. I'll say this right now. I think people are too high on the Reds pitching right now, and they're too low on the offense, just like last year. This time last year, we had this conversation, worst pitching staff ever. When are we going to get some pitching? We have no one that can pitch. And now everyone loves the pitching. The pitching is the greatest thing that we've ever seen, and the offense completely sucks. It'll swing back. We're way too high on the pitching right now. We're way too low on the offense.
What do you think that's going to return that makes you so confident that this offense is going to get better?
I think Christian Encarnacion Strand and Matt McClain are two pretty big pieces.
You can't convince me that CES. Now, Matt McClain, I kind of have a soft spot in my heart. I watched that guy play long enough to where I thought, you know what, he looks like a legitimate big leaguer, but he's been hurt so many times. Like, at some point, they're going to have to go out and sign like a legitimate bat. A legitimate bat.
I agree. I think they should go out and sign a legitimate bat this offseason. But if a team was one bat away, like that wouldn't be enough. Like you better hope that I'm right because going out and signing one bat doesn't take you from where you think is the worst offense in the history of baseball to being good. Like they would need like 5 bats if that's actually the case, which I don't think.
I just want to make sure next year when we have a starter that throws 4 baseball games and his combined ERA in those 4 games is 0.33 that we don't go 2-2.
I agree. And I would also, like last year, you said the same thing about the pitching. It'd be nice if, the offense scores 11 runs and we win a baseball game.
That would have been nice, but it didn't happen. And I think that the difference this year at the pitching is that it's been relatively healthy. And on top of that, you have Hunter Green has become a bona fide league-leading superstar.
Yeah, so is Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah, but
I don't think this offense is that far away.
So you believe in CES. You believe in CES and you believe in Marte.
I believe in the collection of talent. Like I'm not going to sit here and say that Noelvi Marte next year is going to be a great player. I'm not going to sit here and say that CES is going to come back from surgery and be a great player. I'm not going to say Matt McClain's going to stay healthy. I'm not going to say Will Benson's a for sure bounce back. But that's a lot of players that have a lot of upside that I think several of them will tap into that next year. I do believe the Reds are going to go out and sign I think the Reds are going to go out and make a big splash, at least one offensively. I think it's going to be a tier up from Jeimer Candelario. And I think when you put all that together, I think all of a sudden you're going to wake up next year and you're going to be like, hey, this offense is actually pretty good. I'm worried that the pitching will regress, to be honest, and not stay healthy, because you had a year where the pitching has stayed healthy, and you don't get that every year. I think people have swung one way too quickly.
Maybe. Craig, you got something to say?
No, I'm gonna let you guys keep going on your rant until you're ready for me to bring this show back on track, and then I can jump in.
We got a trade. Is there an MLB trade that I should know about?
No, just
Tony Stanton.
Nothing important. I mean, Josh Bell was acquired by the Diamondbacks, but he was on waivers from Miami, so not exactly thrilling. I do think that we had a super chat that's worth us chatting about, though.
Let's do it.
And that really is, and it comes from Ned Flanders. Nick and I both showed it at the same time. Any obvious replacements in the minors for the starts and innings that Frankie delivered this year? Someone who can keep their ERA around his level, which was 5. Not obvious to me. So the Reds do, on their 40-man roster right now, have in the minors Connor Phillips and Leon Richardson. They also have Christian Roa, Casey Legumina, and Brooks Kriske, who are all in the minors on their 40-man roster, along with Yasser Zulueta. Leon Richardson seems to be the obvious choice to me based on previous moves that the Reds made for doubleheaders. But Nick and Trace, obviously interested in your opinion. Or will we see yet another trade that will bring a starting pitcher to Cincinnati?
It's possible. I'm going to say something that people aren't not going to agree with, and that's fine. You can have your opinion, and I'll have mine. But if you're going to draft a guy number 2 overall, and you're going to pay him more than any other starting pitcher in the history or any other player that's in the history of the franchise, and you see what Paul Skeens is doing, then I think, I'm not saying he needs to be him, but I would like to think he can break camp being a starter for the big league club. Now, maybe I'm crazy for saying that. Maybe I'm putting too high expectations on him. Maybe they'll start him out in AAA and they'll do the whole Matt McClain thing that they did the season before, which was you watch him in spring and you think, wow, this guy looks almost just as good, if not better than everybody else. But it kind of feels like a rush to bring him up this soon. Let's throw him in AAA, and then he dominates a few starts in AAA, and then he comes up. I know the whole service time manipulation thing could be a possibility as well. I'm not naive to that, although the Reds haven't really been a team that's done that a lot. So I don't want to say I'm not worried about the starting pitching. I just openly will admit that when you draft back-to-back years, number first round overall, like college guys that are a little bit older, I'd like to think that somebody that you just spent draft capital on will be ready in the near future. So I guess that's my hope more than anything.
So I actually took this question as asking about this year. But I'll start to just echo kind of what Trey said. I mean, you still have Brandon Williamson and Graham Ashcraft. Yeah. The Reds have Connor Phillips, who I have no idea what he is. He's not going to help the team this year, but could he get back on track next year? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think people thought he was going to help this year. You have guys like Julian Aguilar as well that have had really great seasons in the minors, and then Rhett Lauder and Chase Burns. I mean, that's a lot of options. There's so many options next year. Now, in terms of the actual short term, Nick Martinez, if he's still on the roster, will become a starter. I don't think there's any question about that in my mind. The question is, does he stay on the roster or not? So if he's a starter, then you have your 5 starters right there. If not, either the Reds are going to try Jacob Junis as a starter again. I said that I thought that was maybe the idea last night on the show, but then I actually did a little more research after the show, and I guess the Brewers, they did acquire him. I did remember hearing that correctly as a starter, but they said they think the reason he got hurt was because he couldn't handle the workload of being a starter. So he's probably not going to be a starter with the Reds. He probably is going to be a bulk reliever, but the good news is he has pitched 2 to 3 innings every time as a reliever. So I think it's probably Lyon Richardson. Nick Kroll mentioned his name first when asked about the Graham Ashcraft injury as the Reds' depth. He said Lyon Richardson was the first name out of his mouth. So that's why I think it would be Lyon Richardson. But I'll be honest, it gets pretty thin after that. If you have another injury, then you're probably looking at Julian Aguilar, who's not on the 40-man. You'd have to make a move. You're looking at potentially having to do some bullpen games. And the Reds have pitchers that are capable of that because they do have several arms that are multiple inning relievers. But if I do agree with Trace, though, that Nick Martinez is the one piece that I think if you move really makes it dicey for this team to have any chance of making a run this year. So that's why I do think he should require a higher return yield than a lot of other people.
Well, I think the inclusion of Jacob Junis in that deal yesterday for Frankie Montas was an indication of something to come. Now, the question becomes, was that something to come, the fact that Nick Martinez is going to be traded, or that Nick Martinez becomes your starting pitcher and Jacob Junis becomes your bulk reliever? I don't know that answer. We won't know that answer until 6 o'clock today. But, Jacob Junis gives you that flexibility to do what you want with Nick Martinez. There was a time where Martinez and Brent Suter were the bulk relievers for these Reds. And now if you were to move Nick Martinez or need him to start, you would be without essentially a bulk reliever currently without having to bring one up from the minors. And so the Jacob Junis inclusion indicates to me that Martinez, there are plans for Martinez. The question is, what are those plans? And I don't know for sure right now what that is.
Shout out to you, Daniel Sargent, for watching. Love that you are chiming in today. Believe it or not, the Reds actually called up Lyon Richardson to start a game last week, but the game got rained out. So just wanted to make sure we threw that out there. Thank you for watching, Daniel. Appreciate your support. Appreciate you taking time out of your Tuesday to watch my stream. Love it, Daniel. Thank you so much.
My stream.
Yeah, he's
hey, I'll be on the whole time.
That is fair. He can call it his stream if he wants. That's a very fair point by him. I was gonna say that at this point, it just seems as if every team that outside of 4 or 5 teams are begging their team to go do something. You would like to think that it gets pretty desperate here in the last what it would be an hour and a half, and Nick Kroll can use that to his advantage. Now. Let's also remember what our fan base was like. And I know that fan bases shouldn't influence what front offices do, but like we're all human. I think sometimes we forget that. These general managers and these front offices and these ownership groups perhaps want to make sure that their fan base feels like they care. And there's a chance that there's a team that goes out on a limb because their plan A and plan B fell through, and Nick Kroll sits and still waits on the phone with a guy like Nick Martinez, who can do a lot of things. I mean, that's the thing about Nick Martinez that I think is more valuable than anything is that he could be a 1-inning back into the bullpen guy that I would feel comfortable with coming into a baseball game. He could be a guy like. Bronson Arroyo, not to bring up the Giants series again, but that was a positive spot. Sam LeCure-esque. Point is if a guy goes down and you need a guy to throw 4, 5, 6 innings in a playoff game, there's not many other guys in the world that can do what Nick Martinez can do. And then lastly, if you want him to be a starter, I don't know if I would love that if I'm a fan base, to be honest, but I guess he can do it.
Chris brought up in the chat, I at first I almost went, It's possible that the Reds could call up Rhett Lauder at some point this year. Last 2 starts, he is not allowed a run. He's pitching a lot better. Could they want to give him a taste of the big leagues this year? I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just saying it is maybe actually a possibility that I wouldn't have thought 4 or 5 weeks ago was a possibility because of how much he struggled early at Chattanooga. But I don't know. I wouldn't put it past the Reds if they feel like he's got enough innings to give him just a taste of the big leagues this year, kind of see how he does. And that also might help them, feel a little more confident in his ability to help the 2025 team or not.
I think when you get called to the big leagues, it definitely, at least if nothing else, can be a motivational thing for an offseason as well. And I'm not suggesting that Rhett Lauder wouldn't work as hard if he didn't get called to the big leagues or whatever, but I kind of am in a little bit of a way. I think that if you show kind of a little bit of what life could be like if you were to make the big league club, I would like to think that's a little more motivating than to not know it all. Now, I know that some people might laugh at that or scoff at that, but again, I think at times we forget these guys are humans. They're not robots. And if you watch The First Dance, or The Last Dance, not The First Dance, but The Last Dance, like Michael Jordan admits the whole entire time that he basically had to just trick his mind in that somebody was out to get him pretty much at all times. So there's something there. I'm not saying it's the biggest thing to get your to get your hopes up for, but I wouldn't mind seeing him.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I see Lauder's been terrible at Chattanooga. I mean, he has allowed 4 hits over his last 2 starts and 0 runs, 2 walks. I mean, he's pitched pretty well. This is a guy that has a lot of talent. He was selected to the Futures game for a reason. Looked really good in the Futures games against some of the top hitters. And if you watch some of those starts, I didn't watch every one of them. That Chattanooga team is atrocious. They are the worst offensive team. They are the worst defensive team in the history of minor league baseball. It's not a good situation to go pitch for. And there was a lot of plays they did not make with him on the mound. I think the same thing goes with Chase Petty. I think there's a really good chance that both of those guys have great seasons when they move up to AAA because they're going to be around a much better environment. One other thought that back to Lucas Sims, just the thought that I never got out of the chamber that was up there. The Red Sox really make sense for him more so than a lot of other teams because of where the Red Sox are at. The Red Sox are 1 game out of a wild card spot. They are 6 games out of a wild card spot. So they're 6 games out of the AL East. So they are in the mix, but they're not like holding a spot. And like Lucas Sims feels like that higher risk, higher reward reliever. Like, I don't think Lucas Sims would have made as much sense for the Yankees, a team that's like holding a playoff spot or a team that, has higher aspirations for the 2024 season. But I think do you guys think the Red Sox kind of just where they're at does kind of make a little bit more sense for him and the type of pitcher he's been?
I'm not going to be able to speak on that because I have a hard enough time making sure that I know what's going on in Cincinnati, let alone Boston. I could give a rat's ass what's going on there. I hope he throws relatively well for them. I'll say this about Lucas Sims. He's got the goods, that's one thing that I would feel good about if I was a Red Sox fan. It's just whether or not he finds himself in a funk that day to where he just doesn't throw strikes. And if you can live with that, then I guess, then you're going to be able to probably be pretty happy with Lucas Sims. But as soon as he comes into a tight baseball games or not even a tight baseball game, but let's just say you're up by 3 runs and he walks the first 2 guys, you're going to realize as to why we didn't get a great return for him, if you want to call that 19-year-old kid not a great return. But that's part of the deal. Like Craig said numerous times, overall, I would if I was a Red Sox fan, I would be excited, to be honest. You gave up a 19-year-old kid that you probably never heard of before, and you got a chance to have a guy that can come in and help you significantly.
Yeah, I think if you're the Red Sox, you're definitely happy. I think the one thing that we need to keep in mind, though, for the Red Sox as we talk through this is that the one thing that has there's 2 things that have plagued Lucas Sims at times this year. The first is obviously the walks. We've talked about that at length. The other one is the long ball, and Fenway Park is the second most hitter-friendly ballpark in all of Major League Baseball behind Coors Field. And so that is one thing that could potentially be a concern for the Red Sox is, if you bring Lucas Sims in as a right-handed pitcher to face a lefty, going to that short porch in right field at Fenway Park could certainly open yourself up to some long balls with Lucas Sims. That's the only thing that I would caution against. But I do think, again, you're giving up a 19-year-old guy who's at rookie ball to get a major league arm who's going to be able to potentially help you this year, who I think has a very high ceiling if he can control where his pitches go. And that sweeper is nasty. It's just a problem with where he starts it and whether or not he can keep it in the zone. Now, I do want to shift real quick off of Lucas Sims. Our friend C. Trent Rosecrans tweeted just a few minutes ago. The Reds have announced that Tony Santillan will start tonight's game in what will be a bullpen game. And the thing that I found interesting from this tweet is that, quote, he's one player from that bullpen they're sure will be around at 6 p.m. Santillan has a lot of value, and teams were asking about him when he was a AAA, but they plan to hold him. So interesting take from C. Trent. Not only the fact that that teams were interested, which is not a surprise to us, especially when he was down at AAA and not being utilized. But more importantly, he is one of the few arms that the Reds know for a fact they are not moving on from. So I'll turn it over to you, Nick, real quick. I mean, we've talked at length that seemingly every bullpen arm or a majority of the bullpen arms are on the block. Tony Santillan is a guy that the Reds have seemingly decided is not on the block. What's your response to not only Santillan starting, but the rest of that tweet from C. Trent as it pertains to the bullpen and arms that are available?
Everyone should be being shopped. Absolutely. I don't know why you would not shop anyone right now when you're seeing the returns that you get. Doesn't mean you trade every one of them, but why not see? I mean, if you're talking, I know a lot of people have thought, trade Buck Farmer. Well, if you're getting a king's ransom for Alexis Diaz, why not move him? But it just all depends on what you're getting back. My guess is you see Santillan start, and then because he's going to be here, you're like, yeah, he's the one guy. And they probably put feelers out on him too. And they're like, yeah, we're not getting anything back. We like Tony. He's had a great year. We'll keep him. We'll ride him out. He's still got several years of control. He is out of options though. So that is important to remember. That's what makes him a little less attractive to the Reds than, even a guy like Fernando Cruz, who, you're probably not optioning, but you do have that ability if things go south next year to keep, him in your system. So I'm guessing you go Tony Santillan. If Nick Martinez is still around, Nick Martinez is the next guy in. If Nick Martinez is not, Lyon Richardson is the next guy in. But it kind of gives you a way to kind of at least start your game planning for today, and give David Bell one little tiny piece of certainty. This is going to be wild. It's going to be wild. I mean, because we may not know till 6:15. Sometimes this goes a little bit after the deadline. Who's available in the bullpen in a bullpen game?
Yeah. I think at this point, the Reds are. I'm going to ask something that's kind of wild. I just don't think that you should be operating with the fear that you're going to do anything to disrupt the 2024 season. I'm not, I know we have plenty more shows to do, right? It's in our best interest at Chatterbox Reds to have a season, to make it to where people think that there's still a chance. And I'm not suggesting that there's zero chance, but I'm not going to operate, if I'm Nick Krall, as if, oh my gosh, if I get rid of Nick Martinez or I get rid of XYZ, I might not have somebody that can help us in the next 14 days. Sorry, but I've already moved on to 2025 in my brain. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to root for this team on a nightly basis to win baseball games. That's going to happen. But I just couldn't imagine a fan right now thinking to themselves that they don't want to have some help in 25 and 26. And I'm not suggesting that was always the plan and we should be excited for that. We're all upset that 24 didn't go the way we wanted to, but at least there's a legitimate excuse. That's my thing. And I know people don't want to hear that, but if Matt McClain was healthy, CES was healthy, TJ Friedel was healthy all year, Marte wasn't suspended, and we're sitting here right now talking about where we're at, yeah, you're damn right I'd be pissed. I'd be completely upset. I would be semi-heartbroken, but I'm not. I'm not, because I know deep down that this isn't the real team that we all thought we were going to have coming into the season. Now, I know other franchises have similar issues. Not here to debate that. but I also know this isn't the real Reds. And to your point, Nick, yes, do I think that this offense is like horrifically bad next year? They can't get better. Of course, I know they can get better, but you know, I still am going to hold out hope that we can find some more serviceable baseball bats, just in case a couple of those ones that we thought we had turn out to be, you know, wiffle ball bats.
I kind of felt you in that conversation starting to go, oh, man, I'm kind of starting to make this sound like the Reds offense isn't all that bad. You kind of had to pull back.
It's not that I'm pulling back. This offense still sucks. If you want me to say it that bluntly, I will. I just want to openly admit, for those that are going to eventually come after us and say, hey, there they go again. Those guys are going to talk about next year. I think we can all agree that this isn't actually the team that we thought we were going to compete with in spring training. What's Chris have to say?
It's interesting. Kyle Bodie is he's doing something with the Red Sox. Like Chris doesn't know exactly what his role is, but that is interesting because obviously,
guy.
Well, yeah, Bodie's a big Sims fan, and so I wonder how much that played into it. Really good thought by Chris that I certainly would not have thought about. We did get a super chat that I feel like we kind of glossed over.
Let's do it.
It was just Carlton, our guy,
yes.
For your favorite liquid moral support. Going to be one of those years. So, Carl, just want to make sure we shouted you out and appreciated that. Yeah, I got to do another show later tonight, so I'm going to just do the Rain energy drink right now. But maybe later tonight. We'll see. We'll see what the Reds get. We'll see what hashtag get crawl cooks up today, if I'll do a shot or not tonight.
Oh, man. That's probably my favorite thing about Reds fandom that I've come to know is just the absolute vitriol that exists with Get Crawled. Boy, it burns some people's asses, that's for sure. And then there's some people that just think it's hilarious, so they'll just say Get Crawled on anything. So it's just this, I just sit here in the middle and I just find it all entertaining. I just watch the whole X-verse burn to the ground. By the way, can you believe people are actually suggesting that since we got rid of Frankie Montas, the season's over? That's funny. You don't have nothing to say to that. That's fine. I'll say it again. That's funny. I mean, that's some funny stuff, man. Can you imagine Frankie Montas gets dealt and you're like, that's it. I've had enough. I can't watch this team anymore.
That's your boiling point.
Oh, man.
Not
only that, but like I've gone
Sims.
back and I went back in the offseason and found some tweets from the same people, and I decided to be the bigger person because I didn't want to start a war. But there's some tweets out there that are complaining about the fact that they signed Frankie Montas, and then now they're complaining about that they traded Frankie Montas, not after a career season, by the way, after posting a 5+ ERA and sitting there with every bit of whatever it is. I know we don't count wins as a big stat for starters, but it's not like Frankie Montas is a guy that we're hanging on.
Would you be interested in getting the other De La Cruz?
Just to get rid of the jokes every time we play the Marlins, sure.
He's an interesting player. I mean, he's got some significant pop. I mean, 18 home runs this season in that ballpark is certainly no joke. Sub 300 on base percentage. I mean, absolutely, the 3 to 4 years of control, as Chris points out. Absolutely, I'd be interested, but I don't think I'm giving up enough to get him. That's the problem I run into with so many of these trades. I'm like, yeah, that guy sounds really good. And then I think about, well, what would the Dodgers give up for him? And I'm just like, yeah, I can't. I don't really want the Reds to match that. But
I mean, I get that, but at the same time, you have to measure what the Reds are going to have to do this offseason. And I would make the assumption that we're going to be clamoring for the same thing we were last offseason, which is a right-handed power outfield bat. And so if you can get a guy with 3 years of control who will be somewhat affordable, if I could make the assumption, would you rather pay somebody $20 million a year, or would you rather make a trade and send a couple prospects to the Marlins for a guy like Brian De La Cruz? I don't. It doesn't feel like the type of move that the Reds would make in this scenario, but maybe if you can trade one of your relief pitchers, a young relief pitcher, to the Marlins for Brian De La Cruz, maybe it starts to make sense.
I'm assuming they want a lot more than that. He did have a 362 on base percentage his last full season that he was at AAA. So I mean, I think there's some upside that could improve. And again, I mean, I got to pull up his stat cast. What does 18 home runs in that ballpark equate to a Great American ballpark?
Yeah, he's got 9 on the road and 9 at home.
Got 9 at home.
Yep.
Wow, it's only 20. Never mind.
What's it take for Brent Rooker?
Based on what I'm hearing from other teams around the league, I mean, at least reported on X.com, the asking price for Brent Rooker is so astronomical that teams are straying away. The most recent report I saw was that he's most likely to stay with the A's because the asking price is so high.
Yeah, that's just not the player I want to see the Reds.
Yeah.
You know.
Why is that? Because his OPS plus is too high.
Well, he's also 29. I mean, he's also almost 30 years old. I mean, this isn't a young 26-year-old guy that broke into the big leagues, 2 years ago. I mean, he's definitely a legitimate potential regression candidate. I mean, how many players do you see come into the big leagues, have their best year at age 28, and not flame out pretty quickly?
Yeah, there are reports that the Pirates just pinch hit for Termarr Johnson in the top of the 9th, down 1 run. So potential that Termarr Johnson is on the move.
I love this. Reds have any minor league teams playing right now? Nope, nothing. See, the Reds were smart. They waited to schedule their minor league games until tonight. Kind of wild to play a minor league game during the day on the trade deadline. Like, why would you schedule it during the day?
Good question.
This made me laugh. I did find that funny.
I don't know, man.
Hug watch is on.
I mean, who else is available? Who else is available that can fill an outfield bat need?
Yeah, John Heyman is reporting that the Pirates are interested in Brian De La Cruz, but that there's still a gap in talks.
Yeah. So just if you're joining in, I'll run through some of the recent trades that have happened. If you guys have any interest in talking about any of them, feel free to chime in. But the Orioles acquired the lefty Trevor Rogers from the Marlins. Red Sox, of course, acquired Lucas Sims. If you want to hear our thoughts on that, go back to the beginning of the show. We spent quite a bit of time on that. Yankees got Mark Leiter Jr. from the Cubs. The Pirates got Josh Walker from the Mets. And then late last night, several interesting trades. Braves got Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson reuniting with them from their 2021 World Series winner. Pirates got Jalen Beeks from the Rockies. The Dodgers got Ahmed Rosario. The Guardians got Lane Thomas. I feel like that was a really good fit for Cleveland. And then the Mariners got Justin Turner. Trace, any trades that have kind of really stood out to you or Craig?
No, I mean, nothing that I mean, I also have been on here and I've not really got a chance to see things that have broken as of late. I do understand that the Orioles obviously went out and got a starter, and then now you have a situation. Who just got pulled out of the game?
Termarr Johnson from Pittsburgh. We did just have Jeff Passan is reporting that the Cleveland Guardians are finalizing a deal to acquire right-handed pitcher Alex Cobb from the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, a guy who almost threw a no-hitter against us.
Yeah, he did.
We got a lineup
At 3:00 on trade deadline day?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to bring it up here. I did not see the Reds. I don't know if this means anything.
I don't think that means anything.
I did find it interesting, though, because I did not see.
Who's not on it?
But let me try to bring it full screen.
They're all on it. They're all on it.
No Ty France. No Slater.
Well, Ty France hasn't been activated yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is your
standard everyday lineup
against the lefty.
Yeah.
I mean, Benson and Fraley aren't obviously in there, but that's just because they're facing a lefty.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Reds would have. I thought the Reds would have waited to release their lineup. They waited until 6:20 last night.
Do you think we could ever get a Netflix documentary, or some of these teams will do some semblance of behind-the-scenes stuff on these trade deadline days? Like
They should.
I mean, they would be riveting content for many of us. I don't know why they don't do it, but maybe they eventually will. They probably don't because of just privacy reasons, but they could edit it out, whatever they feel like isn't appropriate. But is this the only thing? As this is my parting thought. Is there a chance, perhaps, and I would do this if I was Nick Krall, just because there's times where I would probably get frustrated at a team because they're not doing something I'd like them to do. Is there a chance where he's just like, all right, yep, well, good talk to you. We're not doing that. So we're going to submit the lineup. We'll see you in 2025, the winter meetings. And then all of a sudden they just throw the lineup out there and they're just praying to God they call them back. Like, please, God, call us back. I don't know.
That is interesting. It would be interesting if them posting the lineup is somewhat of an actual. I don't think it is, but
I don't either. Do they usually post it this early? I mean,
this is
about the right time. But yesterday they posted it so late that today it feels like it's not adding up.
Yeah. Wild situation here. 3 hours to go. So
plenty of time.
3 hours to go. Let me throw this one out there for you, Nick. I'm interested in your opinion. We know that Luke Maile is only on the 10-day DL, but we know that Austin Wins with his injury is going to be 4+ weeks, probably longer, just based on what we heard about the similar injury with Suter. Is there any world where you could see the Reds make a move for a catcher, albeit a backup or AAA catcher that can provide some depth beyond a guy like Eric Yang? No offense to Eric Yang and his family.
Well, Luke Maile's starting a rehab assignment tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
So 3 to 5 days for that, but you're still left with Eric Yang as your third catcher if you need him.
No, I know the Reds like Troutwine a lot as well. So I don't think I mean, unless there's like someone that gets put on waivers that the Reds like, I don't see them adding a catcher. I think they'll roll with Maile. I'm assuming Maile. Yeah, I mean it's going to be pretty quick. I don't think you're really all that concerned about is Luke Maile's bat going to get up to speed during his rehab assignment. I mean, he's your backup catcher. So I think Yang was a guy that the Reds, I know they talked about on the broadcast last night, and I've heard this too. He's a guy like the Reds they love. He's just a great organizational guy. I think he's only down at AA because they wanted him with some of the top pitchers down there. Like he's a AAA player, like in his career terms, but he's down at AA, kind of like Bubba Thompson, just to help that team. And Bubba's unfortunately not helping them very much, but yeah, I think it was almost like kind of just trying to reward him, and it was going to be a couple-day thing. He'll probably never even get into a game. I don't know, maybe they give him a start tomorrow, but I think it was more of that type of thing, and they're expecting Maile back pretty quick. So Hera wants to know, are you planning on the bash on Vine again?
Us? We are not doing that. So what we do plan to do, though, is we're going to support the folks that do their homecoming fraternity group down there. But, yeah, I just didn't feel like fighting the fight this year with the permits. And yeah, it's a long story. But no, unfortunately, we're not doing that this year. So yeah, sorry for the sad news. I'm gonna jump. I know you guys are gonna hold it down, and I know you got some more guests here. in the near future. My question to you would be, as I leave, who's the odds-on favorite to be the next person traded for the Cincinnati Reds?
I mean, I would say Nick Martinez if I had to put some money down. He just seems like he's the most likely. But then you have like, if you could give me Justin Wilson and Buck Farmer together, I would take them.
Ooh.
But if I have to go just one, I have to go Nick Martinez, because I think it's possible that the Reds just trade whichever one of those two they feel like gets them the best value back.
Fair. All right. Well, good luck, Nick. I wish you the best on this journey that is this trade deadline. I hope you get some news here soon to help kind of spur the momentum.
We'll find a way. You're going to come back on if there's any big trade that happens?
More than likely, I probably will be able to do that. I'm going to go get some work done, and then, yeah, I mean, I'm very hopeful that the Reds make another trade that's meaningful.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll have a good time until then, Trace. If I don't see you then, I'll see you on Chatterbox Reds Live on hour 7 of streaming today.
Yeah, we'll be talking about Santillan and his great start.
I love it. All right, Trace, appreciate you.
See ya.
All right, well, that was Trace Fowler. About 20 minutes, we got a really cool segment coming up. Sully's going to join the show. And then we got a guy from the Milwaukee Brewers. He actually does the pre- and post-game show on radio. He is a big stat guy, really invested in that team. I'm going to ask him about Weimer. Going to ask him about Junis. Going to get his thoughts on the Brewers getting Montas. So looking forward to that. And obviously, anytime we get to talk baseball with Sully is a good time.
We did
Craig,
just have another trade come across, not from the Reds, but the New York Yankees have traded left-handed reliever Caleb Ferguson for a prospect and international signing bonus space. Ferguson was acquired by New York from the Dodgers over the offseason. 5.13 ERA and 42 appearances. Has not looked great for the Yanks. But a prospect and international signing bonus space. What's your take on that move?
I don't know if I have a take on that move. I will say, though, I tell you what, I think the Guardians have kind of had a sneaky good deadline. Alex Cobb is a guy that I think has some real upside. That isn't maybe that top guy to go get. And then Lane Thomas really fits them. They have a lot of lefties in that lineup. So a big, masher against left-handed pitching. So I like what they've done. I think they've kind of, I feel like they've kind of walked a good line of capitalizing on their season without selling their soul of how they operate. And yeah, so I like what they've done. I thought that a 3-way trade yesterday was really interesting. I don't know really what my read is on that. The one with the where the Dodgers got Tommy Edman. Tommy Edman. I was surprised the Cardinals with how much kind of turmoil they've had this year with their position players. And I know that Edman hasn't played this year. He's trying to come back. I think he's on a rehab assignment right now. I was surprised they gave up on Tommy Edman. But yeah, they got some interesting returns, themselves in that deal. Eric Fetty, who's having a great year this year, kind of out of nowhere. Tommy Pham coming back to them. That was a wild
clubhouse deal. Leader Tommy Pham. Yeah, let's recap that one real quick. I think it's worth it. There's a lot of moving pieces there. The St. Louis Cardinals receive right-hander Eric Fetty and outfielder Tommy Pham, plus a player to be named later or cash. The Dodgers receive right-hander Michael Kopech from the White Sox. Kopech having a decent year, along with Tommy Edman from the Cardinals and Oliver Gonzalez from the Cardinals. And then the White Sox receive Miguel Vargas, minor league infielder Alexander Albertus, minor league infielder Geral Perez, plus a player to be named later. A ton of veteran names moving in that deal. and really, I mean, frankly, the only one that didn't seem to at least stay the same or get better was the White Sox, which makes a ton of sense because the White Sox not exactly.
I think the deal was good from the White Sox perspective. I mean, Vargas was a massively coveted prospect that's kind of not got off to a great start. I mean, he has a 108 WRC plus at the big leagues this year, so not terrible. Had a 149 WRC plus at AAA. He's kind of split time. I like him. And then I know one of my good pals who's a White Sox guy, he liked some of the prospects they got back. So, I mean, it's not like the White Sox, though. They gave up a starting pitcher that they picked up in the same type of Frankie Montas type signing this offseason, and Tommy Pham. I mean, that I thought they did well. How did the Dodgers do? I don't know. I mean, I'll never question anything the Dodgers do because they turn everything into gold. I'm sure Tommy Edman's going to win the NLCS MVP this year, and Michael Kopech's going to have a 0.0 ERA in the postseason just because that's what happens to the Dodgers. I don't know. The Cardinals perspective, I don't know. It's weird, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I think it's terrible either.
Well, I think it's when you break it down, the White Sox gave up Eric Fetty, Tommy Pham, Cash, Kopech, and got Vargas and 2 A-ball guys. So I don't know. At the end of the day, none of this really knows for sure how this is going to pan out for another 3 to 5 years. But the White Sox are on full-on sell mode, and it's interesting. The White Sox, reportedly at least, have not received the interest in Lou Bob that a lot of people thought that they might. And here they are trying to move anybody and everybody, and the one guy or Crochet, who hasn't moved yet. But it sounds like Crochet is a little bit more eminent than Lou Bob. So I don't know. It's interesting for sure. You know, just talking about today specifically, I thought the return for Trevor Rogers, 2 major league quality players in Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers, in return for a guy like Trevor Rogers was a big get for the Marlins, and the Orioles are going all out. So that was a team that I know we talked about the Reds potentially targeting for a trade partner. They seem to be willing to pay for pieces that they feel like will take them to the World Series caliber team that they think that they can be this year.
Yeah. Lucas Sims apparently talking right now to the media. If I get video, I'll put it on the stream, or maybe just audio. Lucas Sims said, this is from Jeremy Rao of Fox 19. A lot of emotions. This has been a special place. I'm a little sad, going to miss a lot of people here. He said, what a run it's been. Yeah, I mean, Lucas Sims was the longest tenured Red. Yeah, I thought he had a good run. I don't know if you got a chance to catch Frankie Montas' post-game comments last night. Man, that was emotional. I watched that back last night, put it in the podcast feed for the podcast listeners. I mean, it's good that you see that it meant something to play here. I mean, Frankie Montas, it was definitely genuine. You know, a lot of times you'll see people go, yeah, man, I loved it here. Everyone was great, and it's fake. It was not fake at all by Frankie Montas. And he was asked at the end, would you consider re-signing here? And it wasn't one of those cliche, oh, yeah, sure, you know, absolutely. It was like a heartfelt, genuine, like, yes, I would love to come back here. So I wouldn't put it past the Reds to re-sign Frankie Montas this offseason.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think, you know, you saw Frankie Montas get a little emotional when they were talking about it. Hunter Green reportedly shed a couple tears when the news was passed down. You know, for all that we want to say about David Bell and his in-game management and the way he manages his lineups and everything else, like, the one thing that we know for sure is that everybody in the clubhouse enjoys playing for David Bell and being in that clubhouse. And while it hasn't paid off on the field yet, like, ultimately that word gets around Major League Baseball. And if you can get something where veterans believe that you can compete for a World Series, they're willing to sign with a team like that because they believe in the clubhouse and the culture that exists. And so if the Reds can get healthy and get some of the pieces back that they believe are the core group that can take them to that, then there's a potential that you can go out and add, a couple big names to be able to kind of take them over that hump. And I think a lot of I would assume that the Reds organization thought that Frankie Montas could potentially have that high ceiling to help them do that. Didn't necessarily pan out. We saw the highs with Frankie and the kind of ceiling that exists with him in several starts this year. Just some consistency issues that he wasn't able to figure out. But there's nothing saying that he can't continue to work. This is a guy coming off of an injury where he's pitched, one inning in the past 2 years. So there's an opportunity for him for sure to come back. And again, from what is being reported, at least, the impact that he's had on guys like Hunter Green and the strides that Hunter Green has made this year, it's similar to what we talked about with Luke Maile and some other guys in the past, and just the benefit that having some of these veteran guys around your young core means to the overall group. So, yeah, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the Hunter Green interview as well. And just in general, I think Cincinnati is a pretty good place to live and to play. And I would assume that given the opportunity from a financial standpoint, that's something that a lot of players would relish.
Well, it's good to use that as your advantage if you're an organization, I mean, obviously we know that the Reds are going to have limitations, whether fair or not, with their payroll and who they're able to sign. So anytime you're able to use, playing in Cincinnati, playing in the culture that the Reds have to your advantage, I mean, that's certainly a good thing. How much does a good clubhouse help winning? I have no idea. It's impossible to measure it. What I do know, though, is a bad clubhouse can absolutely hurt a team. And we've seen that with teams that have been built really well. We saw that last year with the San Diego Padres, several times with the San Diego Padres, when you don't have your pieces all working together, how it can go south. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, the Reds clubhouse is such a huge advantage. It helps them, but it doesn't hurt them. I know that much. And I saw a comment here, and I'm not trying to single out this comment. David Bell may well be a robot. And yeah, sure. I think that's why players like playing for him. They know that I'm not going to get hung out by my manager and the media. And they're comfortable, and maybe at times they're too comfortable. That might be a fair argument, but they also have room to grow and room to improve, and kind of runway for that. And so I don't know how much that's worth, but when you see the raw emotion of Frankie Montas getting traded from a team that was tied for last place entering the day to a team that's in first place, and how almost crushed he was, and he knew it was coming, and he knew there was a real possibility of it. I think it's a good thing for the Reds organization. I just don't know how much that's worth or quantifiable.
Yeah, all makes sense. Real quick, the question came in. France not in the lineup tonight, which we talked about earlier, but do they have a roster opening for him? Slater DFA after the game? ? Correct me if I'm wrong, but reports are that Levon Soto has been DFA'd. I believe that was to make room for Ty France.
Yeah, here we go. Roster moves. Oh, that dummy Nick Kirby. Lyon Richardson was called from AAA. Called from AAA, huh?
But man, he's 1-7 this year, Nick. Why would they do that?
What a dummy! I enjoyed that. Sorry, that might have been a little bit top. My kids aren't home, so I'm actually able to kind of give a little input. I usually have to kind of try to tamper it, but yeah, Lyon Richardson recall. Just a stunning move. I can't believe it. But Yasser Zulueta, really excited to have him back up. I don't know. I'm sure the Reds, with the France and the Slater move, they're kind of waiting to see how this day plans out before they make the move. I think that's probably why Slater's not in the lineup, because the Reds don't know if they're going to DFA him or not. It's just going to probably depend on what they do. If they trade Jonathan India and Jeimer Candelario, well, you probably activate France and you keep Slater, right? If you don't trade them, then you probably have to DFA Slater, and then you have to make a move.
Well, when you've got to make a decision on whether or not Weimers is going to come to the majors or if you're going to send him to AAA, you've got decisions to make, and I think a lot of that is dictated by what moves they're able to make today. So, that's why we're live. 2.5 more hours, Nick. 2 hours and 38 minutes until trade deadline. Not that anybody's counting. So don't not expecting that to be the end of the moves. But I do, I obviously we have a couple guests joining us here in a little under 10 minutes. I don't know about you, Nick, but it's 3:20 on a Tuesday afternoon, and there's 240 people in our YouTube right now watching this stream. So I just, I legitimately just want to take a second out of our stream to acknowledge the people that are watching, thank them sincerely. Could not do this without you. Also could not do this without our partners at Deep South Commodities, at 988 and also at the Game Time app. So I'm not sure if you want to do ad reads today or not, Nick, but want to shout out everybody who makes this possible. I mean, Nick and I are live at 3:30 in the afternoon talking about Cincinnati Reds baseball with 250 of our closest friends. So we sincerely appreciate that. And again, kind of Nick and Trace have talked about it a lot, but going back to last year and where this podcast started and the show started to where it is today. So shout out to you all, and we do appreciate you being here.
Yeah, shout out to Game Time in 988. We're not really obligated to do ad reads for non post-game shows, but we'll shout them out nonetheless. Of course, you use code Cincy for $20 off your first purchase. Yeah, again, shout out to everyone, even the ones who call me dummies in the chat for stating facts that were about to happen. Shout out to everyone. No, I really do genuinely appreciate everyone watching. You are the reason that I have a job doing this. So I certainly do appreciate you. I do like to have a little fun every once in a while, try to give it back because I take it every night. I think people might forget that. Like every single night I have someone calling me a dummy. I try to just ignore it, but sometimes it does fire you up just a little bit. And when I get a real chance to give it back, like today, sometimes I have to let it out. I can't just internalize it all, so I have to let it out. But yeah,
we've all been there. We've all said things that are out of character for sure. But this team has a way with people. So we appreciate you all. And again, about 6 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Sully, along with Dominic Cotroneo, who works on the Brewers broadcasts, hosts their post-game show on radio. So stick around for that. Let's recap real quick that trade, Nick, in preparation for that overall conversation. The Reds obviously last night after the game announcing the trade of Frankie Montas to the Milwaukee Brewers. Let's kind of go back to that moment when you first heard. I guess you were live on the broadcast last night, but what was your just kidding.
I was just coming. I was just chilling backstage. I was just waiting. You need.
Let's not talk about your reaction.
Sully, I've been going for an hour and a half, and I still got like 2.5 hours to go. So when there's a guest that comes in, you're getting right in. You have no time to prepare. I need you. I also might need to go to the bathroom here at some point.
I thought you might. That was going to be one of my first questions. If you need to, I can definitely spend some time talking with Craig. So
yeah, why don't you go and do that before a guest comes in, so I can help facilitate that.
Sounds good. It's a bullpen game, man. We're just rotating people through.
Hey, sometimes the bullpen is better performers than the starter. So Nick might need to take a longer break than we talked about. Sully, what was your reaction before we get Dominic in here? What was your emotional reaction last night seeing Frankie Montas traded to the Brewers?
I mean, I don't want to say stoked, but we're looking at baseball trade values is not it's not an all knowing. It's not the Bible, but it's a good guideline of like, hey, here's kind of what a rough trade value is like. There's obviously a ton of mechanical things and all kinds of factors that you can't really factor into that. But like he had a negative trade value, right? So kind of getting anything in return for him was going to be a positive. And they got a piece back in Jacob Junis that is going to help him eat some eat some innings through the rest of this year, or they could deal him today. I don't know. I don't see a great reason why they wouldn't deal him today. And you got Joey Wiemer, which is just an interesting dude. I actually, maybe it's too small of a sample size, but he annoyed the crap out of me when the Reds played him last year. I mean, granted, I think he had a probably better run against the Reds than he had on the rest of the calendar, but he's got tools. He's a very, 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 very good defender, like extremely good defender, which the Reds they do not have too many good defenders. I can tell you that. So hitting, it looks like he's had some success at AAA this year. We'll see what that can maintain, but he just looked like a guy with those kind of tools and a floor that's similar in a way to Ellie, and that he's going to play good defense and going to run the bases well. Like, that's a decent floor for a major leaguer. He's got power. If he gets the bat on the ball, like, dude, that's a good minimum fourth outfielder to have. And to get like that kind of value for, a couple months of Montas, who's not been very good. I mean, he just has not, was kind of got me excited, honestly. Like, I'm very like macro. I'm pretty frustrated with things like a lot of Reds fans right now, but micro, I thought that was a great deal. And, I don't know, it got me more invested in this trade deadline, because it's like, man, if that's the market, then, this might get a little bit interesting. Also, like, I want the Brewers to win the division. I don't want the Cardinals to. I don't want, any other team. Like, the Brewers are the least offensive group of fans to root for. So if I hope Montas helps the Brewers a ton, right? I mean, I actually am genuinely rooting for them, because I've got, despite how many times Kirby wants to slight them, I have nothing but respect for the Brewers.
Yeah,
I did a full apology last night. A full apology on the show. I said I'll never, ever discount the Milwaukee Brewers again. And speaking of the Milwaukee Brewers, Dominic's on. I know he's in New York. Is that correct,
Philly.
Dominic?
Philly. Yeah, Yankees,
East Coast.
Phillies.
I was in the ballpark.
Take the train down.
You're in the Northeast.
Well, how you doing, my friend?
We're great. Steamy day here in Philly. Getting ready for Yankees-Phillies Game 2 of this series. Hopefully more entertaining one than last night. We're with TBS Tuesday here. Brian Anderson and Ron Darling on the call. We got John Morosi here as well for all the trade deadline coverage as well.
Well, awesome. So, big move last night. You follow the Brewers very closely. You do the pre and post game for radio, and then you're also really invested in Brewer stats and all that kind of stuff, I believe. So let's. I'll give you your Brewers talk first. Frankie Montas, what did you like, or what was your overall thoughts about the Brewers making the deal to get Frankie Montas to help them with their playoff hopes this year?
The Brewers are so starting pitcher starved right now. They had already made the move earlier to get Aaron Savali, which, didn't really move the needle a lot for some Brewers fans, which understandably so, a guy who gives up a ton of home runs. And the extra year of control is what really drew the Brewers to Savali. Now, the Montas deal, I think a lot of folks were hoping to swing for the fences with maybe a Jack Flaherty or a Yusei Kikuchi. But once that price came out from Yusei Kikuchi yesterday, from what the Astros gave up to get him, I was like, okay, so probably double that for Jack Flaherty, which is just something the Brewers don't do. And they're okay with operating on the periphery. And I think if you get 8-9 starts out of Frankie Montas, no one says he has to make your postseason roster. I mean, you gave it a shot. Joey Wiemer did not have a future in this outfield. I wish him nothing but the best. The Jacob Junis move was a little curious, but the Brewers just feel that DL Hall is going to fill that role for him, and they had reinforcements ready to go. So it's very much a throw it against the wall and see if it sticks.
So Jacob Junis first. Yeah, that was maybe the most surprising piece that the Brewers made expendable. If I'm understanding and reading correctly on his year, the Brewers wanted to use him as a starter this year, and they said that they thought the workload was what hurt his shoulder, was the main cause for that. Kind of set his season back, and then of course he had that really scary injury where he got hit by during batting practice with the ball. But he's pitched very, very well as a bulk pitcher for the Brewers this season.
Yeah, it's something that coming out of spring training, he was built up 4 or 5 innings to be a starter. Makes one start, shoulders already barking. So shoulder impingement was the diagnosis. Quite frankly, this is a take that is kind of a low bar, but the Brewers have made it this far without him. Like, I mean, they can survive without him. Like 27 innings, I think, this season. And yes, he has thrown some quality innings when they've had him, but you can't have 3 bulk guys in your bullpen because they've got Bryce Wilson, who's generally the bulk guy whenever you're losing. Then you've got DL Hall on the way back, who the Brewers have obviously invested a lot in their future and by trading Corbin Burns to get DL Hall. And then Junis only really pitches with the lead. And all right, well, with the shoulder background, if he throws 2-3 innings, he's going to be down for 3-4 days. So he's practically on a starter rotation, which just doesn't work for a team that's trying to make it to the postseason. And furthermore, if he's only going to pitch once a series, if the Brewers make it to the postseason, it's like, okay, well, then why keep him around when you've got an internal option with DL Hall?
I'm almost more curious as to what the Reds are getting out of the Junis part of the deal. I just was saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they moved him here in the next couple hours because they do need to fill some innings here for the remainder of this year. But, you know, we're talking 2% chance of making the playoffs right now. Like, we're not right. I don't know if the Reds need to be making a big investment there. It's a curious deal. I was surprised
with
by
the money going back and forth.
Yeah.
And it was very odd. Now, there is a mutual option for next year for $8 million. Now, do you pick up $8 million for a guy with shoulder issues? Probably not. But you have that fallback if you really want to do it, or maybe he likes it in Cincinnati and you rework it there. But you're right. The Junis thing was very curious. I think it was more about the Brewers opening up a spot when DL Hall returns later this week.
And
from the Reds' perspective solely, I mean, we talked about it on their show. Nick Martinez is a guy who has certainly been on the chopping block for this team and is potentially getting traded. But on the other side of it is that if you don't move him, you are going to be in search of a 5th starter. And Nick Martinez is a guy that the Reds signed this offseason with the potential of being a starter. So, you know, but what Dom said, I mean, you can't have 3 bulk guys in the bullpen. And when Jacob Junis, Nick Martinez, and if Brent Suter come back and are healthy, the Reds are left in that very same scenario. So to your point, there's to me, it's an indication that more may be coming, but we shall see.
I mean, if that's the market for Montas, I would love to see what the market is for Martinez, right? Because I mean, I want to talk to you about Wiemer, Dom, because we were just talking before he came on. Like, he's intriguing dude to me. I know you said he didn't have a future with the Brewers, but the Brewers have an embarrassment of outfield, established outfielders and prospects. Like that, it was a crowded space, and like the only suspicion I have here is the Brewers know something we don't. And they're like, we'll dump them on a division rival and let them suffer through all this. But I see the upside there with the defense and the speed and the ability to hit left-handed pitching. And, you know, maybe there's rumors of a swing change that's been, you know, a couple good recent months in AAA. Kind of give me the positives and the negatives of the Wiemer acquisition for the Reds.
Yeah. The rumors are not rumors. They're factual. He has gone through a massive swing change year over year. I talked to him in spring training about it. And he was like, look, I don't want my OPS to look like a batting average anymore because it's just been bad. There's a lot moving. And he called it going fishing when he would cock his hands over the plate and then bring them back. And it was just so much going on. That's a great move. Lucas Erceg to the Royals. I knew Lucas was going to get moved. Oakland A's reliever, former Brewers farmhand, mind you. He converted to be a pitcher while he was a Brewer and then was sent to the Oakland A's to give him an opportunity. But that's a really big move. But for Wiemer, first of all, Cincinnati, you know, UC guy. I think he loves Cincinnati. He absolutely is comfortable there, knows the ballpark, has friends there, absolutely loves being a Bearcat. So having that down the road, there's some kind of not on the stat line stuff that can really help out Wiemer. But talking about his approach and talking about the emphasis on contact now, because the dude is a man-child. When you see him in person, I mean, he is every bit of 6'4", 6'5", 220, looks like a linebacker. And it's just like, man, dude, if you can just make more contact, good things are going to happen. And he's in the minors, he had good ball strike discipline. He did not have that in the big league. So he was trying to get back to that in AAA. AAA hitting coach Al LaBeouf was telling me, he's just like, look, you can fail in AAA while working on this swing. That's why it took so long in April and May for it to click. And then he had to come up because of injuries for the Brewers, sent back down, and he's had a weird in-between year. I am intrigued. There's a lot of raw power in there, emphasis on raw. But at the same time, you've got time to work it with him, and he's getting to hit at Great American Ballpark. What more could you ask for?
It's time for the Reds to have invested in defense, too. I mean, he's not just a good defender from what I've gathered from the numbers and from watching him. He is like a plus defender in center field.
The nickname was Golden Retriever last year because
I
he
can see
just
that.
go play fetch, go get it. And he just runs and he had the long mullet flowing hair. Yelly gave him that nickname. He is a good defender, very good defender. I mean, he's a bowling ball out there in center field. He wants to get every ball, even if it's like no doubt that should be the left fielder's ball. You're Weaver, I got it. He's coming in and everything. It's just all right. You do your thing, man.
What's the sentiment in Brewers fandom right now? The Yelich injury was has been tough news. There's still a comfortable lead in first place. I'm fascinated by the Brewers model. I think you and I talked in the offseason with the Burns trade. You said if blah 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 happens and the Brewers have done it again. I think it's fair to say the Brewers have done it again with Joey Ortiz and the value he's provided. But kind of what's the you're surviving without the starting pitching. Got the Montas addition to hopefully help with that. But what's the vibe going forward?
The vibe is definitely ahead of schedule. I don't think a lot of folks were expecting to compete like this, like to be 7 games up on the division here on the trade deadline day. I think they expected to be competitive around 500. And as we know, with the new expanded playoffs, if you're around 500, you can make the postseason. So the thought is like, man, this is wild that they've done it again, right? Like to go in the same week to acquire Rhys Hoskins and trade Corbin Burns, be like, well, what do you actually want to do here? To now adding at the deadline once again, to not be the, doormat of the rest of the National League, like for some reason the rest of the Central tends to be. And I was talking about this with somebody else, that the Cubs continue to just like, you can look at the National League Central and compare it to the National League West. Like the Dodgers run the West as they should, as they're surrounded by lesser teams. The Cubs have never done that. And it's like, as long as the Cubs are not going to put their foot down and act like the Cubs, the Brewers like, cool, we'll take it. No big deal. Keep being the Rays of the National League or the Guardians of the National League, where everyone overlooks them and they're like, hey, here we are. We know what we're doing.
Were we all the biggest idiots in the world for not taking the Brewers plus 750 before the season started to win the NL Central?
I wouldn't say to win the Central was like a no doubt deal. Right? I mean, we saw what was coming in with the Cubs. We saw what was coming in with the Cardinals, like the Cardinals in their age and everyone going on. It's just like you had to see it like being competitive, but no way you could have seen them in first place, especially given everything that they lost. And then if I told you even more of all the arms that they would lose to this point in the year, it's been very impressive.
What's the biggest need? Like, what are you hoping for as a Brewers fan here? In the coming hours, if there's one more move to be made, what would be the top of the priority list?
I'll never say no to more pitching, but there's not much offense out there here. And Joey Ortiz, I know we talked about his value, but he's been slowing down a little bit. He's been having to deal with the adjustment that the league has made to him. Rhys Hoskins is white hot. Willy Adames is white hot. Terang had slowed down a touch, but he's a leadoff hitter. He's getting things back. And without Christian Yelich, probably for the next 2 weeks at least, maybe more, they have no left-handed power. Jake Bauers is all of their left-handed power. So they need to find a way to get him something, maybe more in that side. But again, there's not much out there, and I don't see Cody Bellinger making the drive up I-94. So I think they're probably done, but I'll never say no to more pitching.
All right, Dom, we're gonna let you go. This is not my show. I just you can't take the interviewer host out of me. But
I love it.
I know what you're burning on, so I had to get it out of you. But appreciate you dropping some perspective on the return from the trade from the Reds and the Brewers. I hope it helps the Brewers. I don't know if I'm alone in that amongst Reds fans, but I genuinely hope it helps the Brewers, and I want to see them make sure they finish off the division. We cannot have any of this Cardinals business happening. None of it, please.
I agree with that. The voodoo magic's not good. I've known Frankie since his A's days, so I'm really excited to reunite with him and see him again. So who knows? They could look like geniuses again come October. Like they did it again. So we shall see. But thanks for having me, guys.
Again, what I'm going to root for here is a mechanical adjustment with the Brewers, and then he re-signs with the Reds for next year. That's best case scenario. So get on that if you can help with that. That'd be great.
Well, I'll let him know. Thanks, Solly.
Right.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Say Dom. He's the best. Dom's the best. He knows so much ball. He just knows prospects and everything. I just love talking baseball with him.
That's awesome. Live, they're about to have a national TV broadcast tonight, coming and joining our little show. That's awesome. The MLB on Turner, that music absolutely bangs. That theme song, gets me every time. I jam to it occasionally in the car. Not gonna lie. Yeah, interesting stuff there. Sully, Brewers. I agree. I maybe feel a little bit differently. The reason I do not want the Cardinals to win the division is not necessarily because of my hatred of the Cardinals. It's because they have a minus 7,000 run differential, and it makes me want to puke. At least the Brewers have actually earned it this year. The Cardinals haven't. They have the devil magic working. It's disgusting. That is what drives me nuts. It's not really the whole I hate the Cardinals thing.
And I look at the run differential in the standings every day, and it frustrates me. But there is something like, look, I'm in kind of two camps on this, right? There is definitely something to, hey, if you're good at scoring runs and good at preventing runs, like you just have a good baseball team, right? But the second layer of that is like, are you equipped to be able to handle like not every run and prevented and scored is created equal, right? And the way this is maybe a little too simplistic, but the way the Reds are structured, being so platoon heavy, feels like they get exposed in late game situations all the time. It's almost impossible not to get exposed between having to flip flop between Espinal and Fraley and Benson, and then just, I mean, this many when you live on the margins like the Reds have, getting their record in 1-run games, I just don't think is straight luck, right? I'm sure some luck involved in that, but they have, showed an incredible ability lately to blow games where they've had leads and just like get inch, and, have great pitching, but have not nearly enough offensive production throughout it and not able to push across a late run to make it happen. And, there's a skill to winning close, intense games, right? Teams with great bullpens and 1 to 2 great back of the bullpen. Like I don't have it in front of me. What's the Guardians record in 1-run games? I'm sure it's massively in their favor because of how great the back end of their bullpen is. And they're able to, those super high leverage innings, they're able to gut out those wins. So I don't think the Cardinals deserve it. I wish MLB the app would get rid of the expected win-loss number in that actual standings. I don't need to see that every day. It doesn't count for anything. I want to believe in that too, but it just doesn't count for anything.
Yeah, I agree to an extent. Like I think it has to be a mixture of both. I don't think the Reds are nowhere. Like bad teams could luck into a good 1-run record, right? But I think the Reds, if you look back, they had 1 year where they were like 30 games under 500 and they had a winning record in 1-run games. Like clearly that team wasn't deserving of that. But I do think with your point with the platoon, I think the injuries personified it. It made it stick out way more than I think it would have, because the Reds ended up becoming so platoon heavy, where like guys like Santiago Espinal and Austin Slater are like your platoon margins, and that's just not at all what they were, hoping for this season. But Sully, the Montas deal was so much more than I thought they were going to get.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Reds were probably fine to not deal him, right? I mean, if the return was going to be nothing really of value, then you are going to need somebody to eat the innings. He's been a positive clubhouse influence. You saw kind of the reaction from everyone yesterday. So, but again, like first thing I did was text Dom about this last night. He's like, the Brewers are going to have a 40-man crunch. And, Weimer didn't have a fit in there. So it's like, this is kind of what you would draw up in a deal of like, both teams are going to get some value out of this, right? The 2 months of Montas is going to mean something to the Brewers, whether it's good or bad, we'll see, but it's going to be meaningful either way. And like the 4+ years we're going to get of Weimer is it was going to go to waste for them probably. And it has potential to be of value on our side. So, I don't know why I'm that much higher on Weimer than a lot of people seem to be. I think it's the prospect pedigree and the tools, just to say like, maybe this is, I don't know enough about this comp, but I've not thought about it long, but Drew Stubbs kind of came to mind. I mean, Stubbs, had a decent major league career, but a taller guy, struck out too much, didn't have the best hit tool, but had power, was a great fielder and had speed. Like, the Reds have had a little bit of success with that. You're not going to, at minimum, having him as a depth piece is a good thing. And I have a whole bunch of thoughts on future strategy for the Reds and all that. Like, I think if we go back to when I came on, prior to the season, it was kind of like, dude, I don't know about 2024. I just don't see like ascension for everybody. And we've seen some pretty strong regressions from mostly on the outfield side, injuries and, regressions in a lot of ways, to say like they're still like decently positioned where all of a sudden, if Benson and Fraley become your, and Weimer now become your depth outfield pieces behind like 1 to 2 stronger outfield bats, all of a sudden this lineup looks so freaking good. Like it really does. And they're still like the injury risk is very real, because while they can get like to average to above average at almost every position, they still don't have like that monster bat that is going to be the 150 plus, weighted runs created plus, that is just that much more dominant. So that's where you can get exposed pretty quickly of like, even with solid depth like they've had. I mean, McLean being out, they've gotten a 2-win season out of Jonathan India to this point. Like second base has not been the problem, but I don't know. I've got a lot of Red thoughts that are constantly flowing through my brain. It's been a mind-numbingly frustrating year on so many fronts, but they don't need to blow up the whole nucleus, right? And that's not the worst place in the world to be.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I mean, it's just been a frustrating year, but I get why there's a lot of people that just won't believe anything at this point, and I think that's fair. Like, I think that the Reds have earned that based on the past, but I think if you really do take a step back, I think there's a lot of reasons to still be very, very excited about this core and what the Reds have the potential to do. And it starts obviously with Ellie De La Cruz and Hunter Green turning in from players we love to superstars this year.
Well, that being said, though, I am about 1,000. Like, I think this team can be good next year as it's currently constructed, but I do not think they should be even close to being done to moving stuff around, right? Either signing free agents, trading some of their active MLB players to move around value to different spots would not scare me. And I am not scared to move anybody other than, say, Sal Stewart, Rhett Lauder, or Chase Burns in the farm system. I mean, it is, again, we're talking about a team that's not that far away, and you're not going to need a lot of stuff on the prospect front to fill in for several years. I mean, really, catcher is the first need that's going to come up in terms of where we'll need a prospect to come up. But the rest, like if Marte is who Marte is supposed to be, third base is fine. If Ellie's already who he's supposed to be, that's fine. McLean, if he comes back healthy, that's fine. We got 2 more years of India right there to back up on the second base side. He can be a DH. CES / maybe another big dumb bat that can play first base, or Steer rotates in first base. We're fine there, right? But filling those outfield spots, that's the move today that I'm waiting for, that I do not feel like is coming as of this point. On the rumor front, like, I want them to make a Scott Rowland-like trade of, look, we're out of it this year, but that does not mean we cannot improve our team for 25 and 26 at this deadline, right? There's teams that are ready to move on with certain pieces. The prices have been high on a lot of this stuff, so it's not like it's going to be free. I am fine to give up valuable pieces for bona fide major league hitters, because I don't see the answer coming in the farm system for at least 1 to 2 years on the offensive front that's going to save a well below average offense. The offense for the Reds has been below average by weighted runs created plus for 18 of the last 19 seasons. Like, think about that for a second. Like, they've not had a park adjusted league average offense. The 1 year was 2010 that they've had above average offense. Like, they need a lot more help with bats. Almost every team wants more offensive help, right? But like, it needs to be very serious help, like Anthony Santander and a trade of some other kind to make this lineup to bolster up. And I'm a prospect hugger in general. Like, I understand the value of prospects. I don't see a ton of stuff that is ready to help the Reds anytime soon. And because you have this window that's actually kind of long, like, it just doesn't scare me to deal people. It really does not. More so, you got 3 to 4 years to backfill a lot of those spots. If some of these deals don't work out, you can always sell off pieces, for more, farm system assets. I'm ready for it. The Reds will need a shuffle of some kind. I'm very, very, very confident in that.
Yeah. Well, I got a comment here in the chat from Nick Norman, who's a loyal listener, and I do think it's as I think a lot of people hear like that stat that you just.
It's confusing.
And they get a little confused, and I totally understand why. That stat is adjusting for the park. So if you use like any stats that are just baseline, like OPS, the Reds have been above average probably more times than not over that same time period, or at least close to it. They've been a lot more than one. They're getting punished because of the ballpark, which is fair. Like, they should. You should expect the Reds to have a top 10 offense almost every year in the ballpark in terms of like OPS. So
Yeah.
that's what Sully's pointing out, just to kind of make it a little more I don't know, clear. It's kind of a confusing.
It's all relative, right? Like weighted runs created plus is a relative stat. It's basically like if everybody played park neutral here, because it's like, all right, that value of that OPS is only, well, let's say you get a 40-point OPS boost as a team playing in a home ballpark. I don't know what it actually is, but like you give that right back with the pitching, right? I mean, that's not going to help you win. Playing in Great American Ballpark and having a higher OPS is not going to help you win there, because your pitchers are dealing with the same thing on the other side. In theory, like that's why that number adjusts for all that, to say, like, if you want to be a better baseball team, like you need to be able to create runs at a higher rate than the visiting teams are going to come in and be able to create at the rate that they can in the 81 games that they play here. Obviously, those teams change out with every series and whatnot, but you still, when you adjust for the boost that they get, they're performing way below average very frequently. It's very tough.
So what'd you think about Lucas Sims getting dealt for basically a team's fringe top 30 prospect, a lottery ticket? Definitely has some upside, but a lottery ticket.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, Sims has not been my favorite pitcher to watch this year. It's quite frustrating. I know I've read Mitch's stuff on the Stuff Plus, and I see what the cutter rates as, but man, it just doesn't seem like they can really even trust him. And, I didn't understand their usage of him on Sunday. It was one of the weirdest games I've ever watched, or one of the weirdest games I've seen this team play this year. It's worth it to get somebody with some upside. I still, their focus seems to, be on pitching for understandable reasons. I'm wondering if getting that Weimer piece is kind of like, okay, I was looking for them to get a AAA or up outfielder in some way with some of their deals. And it's important for people that are watching all this and remember this, like the pieces we're talking about trading are not especially valuable pieces, right? Even as rentals, they are not shut down back of the bullpen guys that, teams are going to be willing to give up a lot of stuff for. There's going to be a great market for. They're going to have better uses on other teams. So it's kind of like, we'll take whoever offers up the best, and somebody that can throw 99 at the release point that he throws it at seems to be of interest. It's kind of like a lottery ticket of, hey man, if you get 5 of those arms to come through your system, that all have bad control, and 1 to 2 of them end up getting their control figured out. That's kind of how you have to approach it. And Reds have had success on that front. I mean, Zach Maxwell and was it Anier Loriana or Luis May, I believe as well. Kind of the high upside arms are where a lot of teams are wanting to, keep some roulette chips, because you can get a lot of value out of that in the future potentially. So,
what do you think here about these final 2 hours? Do you think anyone else moves? I feel like I'm going to put the over under at 1.5 more moves.
I would think it would. It's shockingly quiet. We only have 2 hours to go. I don't see any reason for Buck Farmer to still be a part of the team. I mean, teams are not idiots. Teams are not going to be like, oh, he's got a low ERA. Like, I'll trade a valuable prospect for him. I think we all know kind of what's under the hood with Buck. He's been great for the Reds this year. I couldn't imagine even getting some kind of return from him at this point, when it was kind of like, dude, I felt like all year it felt like he's one bad, inning or game away from being DFA'd, and it just never came, man. It was actually really impressive, but I'd be stunned if he wasn't moved. The Reds are in one of those weird spots where I think, honestly, they could end up being a better team after dealing a fair amount of decently valuable bullpen arms, right? They just kind of have a flux of bullpen arms that, I want to see Zach Maxwell come up this year. I want to see Yasser Zulueta get a lot more innings this year. I think the Reds should see. I mean, Tony Santillan's numbers and Stuff Plus and location and pitching plus stuff looks really good. I mean, let's ride that out. I don't think he's maybe as valuable of a trade chip sitting here now as he might be come this offseason, or he could be a back of the bullpen piece for them for next year. So clearing out some of these guys that have provided value to the Reds, but like I like a lot of people here, I'm kind of good on 2024. I'm not holding out hope when, I mean, Santiago Espinal's DHing tonight. Like, every time I see that, I'm just kind of like, dude, it's not the year. Like, it's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. I wish it was, but it just isn't. So, who do you think is most likely to get moved?
I think Nick Martinez is most likely. I said earlier, I think if you could give me Justin Wilson and Buck Farmer versus Nick Martinez, I take one of the two of them getting moved. But I think it's really just whichever one of those two brings back I want to say highest return, but it's probably any return. I don't think the Reds are just going to give away anyone. And I think mainly because they just actually did spend some money to get Ty France. Like I don't think I think the Reds mindset is 90% 2025 and beyond. But I do think the Reds are putting value in two things this year. I think they want to give this team a chance, even if it's really small.
Sure.
But I think they also want to develop some good habits. I think they want this team to still be trying to win.
Competitive.
And I think trying to win and trying to stay in a race, I think they view that as valuable. I know a lot of people might scoff at that, but I have heard that before. I've heard that before from people in the front office that they really want to try to teach winning and teach being competitive and not allow a team to fall so far out of the race that you just develop bad habits. So
Culture.
I think they're trying to do two things at once here, and I do think there's more value to that than maybe people even a lot of people who are very analytically based like myself. I do think there is value to trying to win, trying to stay competitive, but the main priority right now, because of where you're at, needs to be acquiring pieces when you have opportunities to capitalize on them. But I think you have to try to do two things at once here. And I think that's totally okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, honestly. And I honestly don't think they, the way they're structured right now, their most valuable pieces are all guys that are coming back, right? So it's almost impossible that they would blow it up. Do you think that there's any possibility that anybody gets traded that is not a rental between now and 2 hours from now?
I think it's unlikely. I mean, unless there's a last minute panic move from another GM that comes through and they say, we're going to give you the absolute moon for Andrew Abbott. I think the Reds might consider that. I do think there is a little bit of a possibility that Candelario gets moved if the Reds find someone that will take on most of his salary. And then India, it's just really, I don't know. I feel like the India momentum is dead, but we've seen with other trade deadlines, things can get really wonky in the last hour. It's so unpredictable because I've been a guy that I've never been an idiot and tried to do a live stream for 4 hours before. But I always try to take off work, I'm in my past jobs and just sit and enjoy the day. And there's sometimes you sit and you think, it's gonna be exciting, and then, oh wow, like nothing happened in the last 2 hours. And there's other years where it's just complete and utter chaos. So I guess that's kind of what makes it
deadline
fun.
Overall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's maybe not today as much, but it's been I've been glued to my phone just with what other teams are doing and everything. It's been one of the more interesting. Maybe last year was kind of such a dud, just kind of with the unfamiliarity of the new playoff system, and teams didn't really were a little afraid of where the value is and didn't want to be like market makers necessarily. Now we're seeing, a lot more movement, a lot more activity, and people, teams kind of going for it a little bit more. I've been kind of percolating this thought, and I'm curious your thought on this. I keep hearing all right, there's the gap between MLB pitching and AAA pitching has never been bigger. It's expanding. It's blah blah blah. It's to the point where and we've seen enough top prospects come up and struggle, to make their way. Jackson Chourio struggled initially, but he figured things out very quickly. He's had a great run. Jackson Holiday obviously had a horrific start to his career. Wyatt Langford has not had the year that a lot of people were projecting, and these are some of the best hitters in the minor leagues. I'm honestly curious, and I want the Reds to be on the forefront of this, and I'm saying this as a fan that has 0.1% of the information that they're dealing with. But back to what I was saying about not being afraid to trade prospects, I value guys that have proven that they can hit in the major leagues higher now than I ever have, following as a fan remotely, of saying dude, I don't know where else you're going to find hitting value other than out there on other teams that, I just would be one. I don't think the Reds have really great hitting prospects that are approaching to come up anyways, but two, even if they did, I just don't think you could see that as a viable option right now because of how tough that transition's been for so many players to say like the market. I almost don't think they could overspend on getting a viable bat at this deadline or in this offseason, right? I mean, just go get somebody that's going to give you 2 to 4 WAR. And that's why I was a big fan of the Candelario signing, which is starting to look a little suspect. I thought he was a better defender than he has been, which is, where a fair amount of his value comes from, to say like, this team needs more bona fide bats, like guys that we have the answer on of who you are, because as much as I'm a Will Benson appreciator, I just don't see like a 40% K rate possibly being a sustainable major league regular.
The Reds are in a hard spot because they have 17,000 DHs right now.
It's not a good place to be.
That's what just makes it so hard to figure out how to build this team. And the Reds have a lot of players that we love, but it's so easy for the Reds to get a good DH because of the ballpark that they play in, because you're going to be able to attract those guys that are looking for 1-year prove-it deals to reestablish their value a little bit. Like I love like Ryan Mountcastle. Like that's the guy that is such a perfect great American ballpark fit. But I'm like,
well, can I help with this?
How do you fit him
in?
Can
I help? I guess where the Reds rank in weighted runs created plus as at DH in this season.
I'm sure it's awful.
29th out of 30.
Yeah,
we have a team full of DHs and none of them can hit.
Well, Spencer, in fairness, like if Spencer Steer would have been the DH all year, it wouldn't be 29th. But because they've had other guys get hurt, Spencer Steer hasn't been DHing as much. Candelario hasn't been DHing as much. Jonathan India even hasn't been DHing at all. And those were really supposed to probably be the 3 guys that were going to be rotating the DH. So I think that it really, the DH problems this year were because of the problems at other positions. Like I think it was a cumulative effect that kind of moved on that way. But I just think it's so easy for the Reds to go get that DH type, and then there's still that Christian Encarnacion Strand guy that could be the best hitter the Reds have right now. That unfortunately we had a completely wasted season on him when we needed to find out how good is he or not, and we don't know that answer. And that's just what makes it so hard to try to build a team. I mean, you're going to have to, whatever the Reds do, and they could go like 5 different ways here, they're going to almost have to throw a dart and hope that they hit.
Yeah. How are we feeling about Marte?
I'm still confident in Marte. I mean, Marte is have you
looked under the hood? Have you looked under the hood?
He's the same age as Rhett Lauder. You have to remember that.
I know.
I know. He wasn't supposed to be here yet. I think him getting up last year ended up being a really bad thing. I really do. I think him getting to the big leagues last year and having that success, I think it almost hurt him. I don't know. I don't put a lot of stock into what he's done this year. Now, if I don't see any signs by the end of September, then I'm going to be a lot more concerned. But I need more time. Let's see how those numbers end up coming out. The walks are concerning. I did not expect him to have this few of walks, but this guy had no real spring training. He just kind of got thrown into it. And I think the Reds had to throw him into it. Like, you didn't really have a lot of choices. You need to throw him out there and see if you could hope that he would, hit the ground running. I still am very bullish on Marte. I would say this. I'm a big Will Benson believer, but I'm more bullish on Marte than I am Benson.
Oh, for sure. Look, I'd love some intel on this if this is to be the case. But if the one thing to look at, and granted, his batted ball profile has been awful so far, but the one thing that a lot of us were saying in the offseason was his launch angle last year was 1.9 degrees. For a slugger, you should get that up, right? Well, it's up to 10.9. So part of me is wondering, is he working on some launch angle stuff? That would help explain why he is Javi Baez level exposed on low and away sliders. It looks absolutely horrific, but he's had a lot of pop-ups in there. It hasn't been it's not that he's launching the ball up in the air, but I'm wondering if that could be a contributing factor. Is he working on some launch angle stuff, which isn't as simple probably as we, us sitting here would like to make it out to be. It involves like making contact with the ball at a different part. It's earlier in the whole process of the ball coming to the plate, which can affect decision making. If you end up swinging more often because you're trying to cheat and get out in front of balls so you can launch them up in the air. I'm totally like coming up with this theory as to why he's been so bad, because it's just like, dude, where like this, we didn't see you look like this last year. Not that guys go through slumps, but I just don't see guys look this lost swinging at balls that are 4 feet off the plate sometimes. And I'm still amazed that anybody throws him inside. I mean, if I'm pitching him, I'm wasting one inside off the plate maybe, but I'm not getting him anything to hit on the inside part, because he will swing at it on the outside. The Urseg trade was looking pretty. Is it they give up a lot in that one?
I gotta be completely honest. I barely know who that guy is. You get so invested following the Reds.
I know. It's so hard.
It's so hard, especially the American League. Like, it is so hard for me to know anything. Like, I used to be like a guy that was so invested in fantasy baseball, and I'm like, who's this guy that just got traded? I have no idea who that is. The Reds haven't played the A's this year, which also hurts, because when they play a team, I do a lot of research into that team that they're playing, but they haven't played them yet, so it's just really hard. I don't know. Mets acquiring Paul Blackburn. I saw that. That's
the details of the Urseg trade are becoming available now. It looks like the Athletics are receiving right-handed pitcher Mason Barnett, right-handed pitcher Will Klein, and outfielder Jared Dickey. Mason Barnett, the number 4 prospect in the Royals system, and Will Klein, the number 18 prospect in the system. So
4 prospect? Sheesh.
3: Mason Barnett, Will Klein, and Jared Dickey.
What was the highest ranked prospect though?
4.
Yeah.
So Mason Barnett was the number 4 prospect. Will Klein was the 18, and then outfielder Jared Dickey seems to be unranked.
Reds should be trading some relievers. I'm not afraid to trade some of the dudes that have some control either. Diaz or Cruz, trading them does not scare me. I don't know if their value is as high as we'd like to think it is, but that does not scare me.
I think, and hi, Paco, I'll get to you here in just a second.
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
cool.
you sound good.
Yeah,
I think Cruz is pretty much toast in terms of his value for this year. Because of his usage, I think teams are going to look at his usage compared to like what he's done throughout his career and be like, I'm not giving. I know he has years of control left, but I'm not giving up because I don't know if he's really going to help me this year. Diaz is a different story. I think there's a real chance to capitalize on Diaz, where I think that there's maybe an opportunity where a team overpays for him. But again, they have to be overpaying. I have to feel like I'm getting an overpay because, again, even if you aren't that high on Diaz, you can keep him in the offseason and see if you get an overpay then. Like, there's no rush to trade him. It's almost reminds me of it was a much different spot. But when the Reds had Luis Castillo, Tyler Mahle, and Sonny Gray, the Reds traded Sonny Gray in spring training because I think that was when they thought that was going to be their highest value. And he had a crazy high injury risk, and they didn't want to risk him getting to the deadline hurt. But they didn't get what they wanted for Luis Castillo and Tyler Mahle before the season, so they kept them until the trade deadline, capitalized on teams that were more desperate then. I think Diaz is almost in the same spot, but the Reds are obviously in a much different competitive window, so it's a lot different. But I do think the overall premise of you want to wait till he's at the highest value.
I got to run here shortly, but a random question that has been weirdly sticking on my mind. I was not following baseball very closely in 2017, and this is a random poll here. Do you guys remember or know why the Reds didn't trade Zach Cozart in 2017? I mean, he had that was his all-star year, and he was on an expiring deal. I would have assumed he was a decent sized trade value chip at the end of 2017, and I could not. I tried to research that, and I could not figure out why they didn't move him.
Well, if people who wonder why I'm so positive about the Reds right now, it was because I was not so positive about the Reds and the way they were run in 2017 and before that. They did a lot of stupid stuff like that. Zach Cozart absolutely should have been moved. The Reds made a lot of emotional decisions Like they didn't trade Matt Harvey at the trade deadline once. There was a lot of really bad things that happened in this organization. There was a lot of talk about the Reds not embracing analytics, being like the last in that forefront. And we don't hear any of that stuff anymore. So you ever wonder why Nick Kirby's so positive all the time? Well, it's because I actually dealt with what I think was a poorly run organization back then. And while the Reds have not been perfect and they made a lot of mistakes in recent years, I'm not trying to say they haven't. I feel like the overall buy-in and the overall thought process and the overall like attention to detail is there with the Reds right now. And there's good intentions and there's good analysis and good actual thought process and collection of data that's done into these decisions now.
It's almost all those deadline deals from the late 2010s, man. Holy crap. Nothing worked out. Anyways, I got to run. I'll be listening. If you guys say anything offensive that makes me upset, I'll come right back in. But greatly appreciate you guys having me. Enjoy the show. And hopefully we get some exciting deals here down the deadline.
Saul, you're the best. Appreciate it, my friend.
Cheers.
All right.
How we doing?
Paco, my man. How you doing?
Dude? I'm good. I'm downtown Cincinnati, getting ready to walk down to the game. I have no idea who I'm about to watch tonight. That's exciting. Like, I mean, who are we going to see in a Reds uniform tonight? Like, who's still going to be on the team? That's kind of my thought.
Tony Santillan.
Like, Tony Santillan will be on the team. That I feel pretty confident in. I've gotten to watch a lot of Tony this year, so I'm excited I get to watch him up in Cincinnati. I'm looking forward to this. It'll be good. But I'm good. How are you? How are you guys doing? It's an interesting deadline. There's a lot of stuff going on. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We're nowhere close to being done here.
No, we still got an hour and 45 minutes. I've made it 2 hours and 13 minutes so far. So we're rolling. We're going to ride this thing out till the end. I hope to God there's at least some action across baseball. So I'm not just blabbing for the next hour and 45 minutes, but so it makes it exciting. I have no idea if it's gonna be crazy or not. Paco, what was your thoughts on the two deals the Reds have made? What was your thoughts? I'll ask you first the Montas deal last night.
The Montas deal makes a lot of sense to me. I think that in our mind, Frankie isn't going to be here next year anyway. I mean, it's not to say that he can't be even. I know that he mentioned in his post-game press conference or whatever that he would be open to coming back. But when you can get really good value for him, and I think that Weimer is good value, and I think getting another pitcher in there is great. I personally am a fan of it just because Montas hasn't been that outstanding this year. He's struggled for the majority of it. He's sitting at like a 5 ERA right now, somewhere in that range. And if you can get an outfielder that you need an right-handed outfielder bat. Like, I'm not against it. I know moves are going to be made. Like, I know that, like, as we're going through all this, that stuff is going to be happening, and we kind of got to be willing to roll with the punches to some extent. And the market is the market. I don't love trading him in division, to be honest. I don't love that he's going to the Brewers pitching lab that is kind of known for taking guys like Frankie and turning them into Cy Young winners. So I'm not loving that side of it. But from the return perspective, I'm not like upset by any means. I was like, okay, this is something interesting. The Sims one is a little more interesting. I wonder what the market was for Lucas Sims based on that return. Because the more that I spend time looking into the guy, I'm like, this dude throws 99 from like a weird arm slot, as Resident 4 pointed out. Like, it's a weird arm slot that he's throwing 99 from. And the more time that I've spent watching AAA baseball, the more I've learned that if you can throw 99, like just that, it's a pretty big tool that you can then teach a guy around that, like how to throw other pitches and how to take that changeup that has that potential for him and turn it into an actual out pitch or turn it into things that are useful for him down the line. He's 19. So, I mean, clearly this is just some kind of throwing a dart at the board, and I don't think that's a bad thing. We know that making moves, like we have so much bullpen help in AAA right now. Like, that's the one thing we have an excess amount of in AAA. Like, we have guys down there. We have Zuleta, who's awesome. I hope we get to see more of him for the rest of the season. I am pretty high on what I think his potential is. Krisky is great. I mean, we have, again, just a laundry list of guys in AAA that I don't think are bad options, like Evan Kravitz. Like, I could just go down a list of guys that I don't think are necessarily bad per se. Like I don't think we're necessarily punting because we're getting rid of guys on expiring deals and trying to get prospect value out of it. That's my
Well,
that's my take.
Let's run through that bullpen real quick. I think it's a important piece for us to chat about, and I think that realistically, the bullpen has been the piece that many thought the Reds would move potentially multiple pieces out of. So you're currently sitting with an active MLB bullpen of Alexis Diaz, Fernando Cruz, Nick Martinez, Justin Wilson, Buck Farmer, Sam Mols, Tony Santillan, and Jacob Junis. In AAA, on the 40-man and available for being called up, Yosver Zulueta, Brooks Kriske, Casey Legumina, and Christian Roa. You also have Zach Maxwell down there available, along with Reber San Martin. So Emilio Pagan and Ian Jabot both scheduled to throw live bullpens today as they continue to work towards returning to the MLB. So the bullpen seems to be the most obvious place for the Reds to try to make moves.
I would agree.
The question, Matt, for you is, okay, put your GM hat on. Who is the most likely to be moved, and what are you looking for in return?
In terms of most likely to be moved, I think Martinez makes a lot of sense. You have a guy like him who's high leverage. He can pitch in both out of the bullpen and he can spot start for you, which is a pretty valuable thing down the stretch for teams that are looking for value out of pitching acquisitions. I think Martinez makes the most sense. I would love to get, ideally, either an infielder of some kind that's close to MLB ready or an outfield bat that can contribute immediately. If we're trying to continue to keep this season alive, which seems to be the case, it doesn't seem like they're completely punting on this season in terms of we're just selling everybody or selling anything that touches high value. I would lean towards Martinez most likely just because he makes the most sense to move, in my opinion. The returns are tough, though. What I've learned throughout this process is that, we're getting we got an hour and a half until the deadline, and I am wondering what teams are getting desperate and which teams still need to really make that strong move and who's willing to kind of give that little bit extra. Because even the two moves that we've made, according to the trade value thing, we've won both of them, I believe. But that's, according to the trade value thing. But whatever. That's neither here nor there. We've seen those go both ways. In terms of AAA, guys that I think are interesting trade pieces, Kriske makes a lot of sense. But I think you should probably keep one of Cruz or Kriske because they both have just a splitter that is disgusting. Watching Kriske pitch down in AAA feels pretty unfair a lot of the time. There's sometimes he struggles with command, and you can see it when he's up there that maybe the pitches aren't exactly located. But I've watched a lot of guys down there, and his splitter is one of the most devastating pitches I've watched all season. He makes guys look consistently extremely silly with it. It's similar to Cruz. I would put it maybe not the exact same tier as Cruz, but it's up there. So I think that if you were to move on from Cruz, you have a Fernando Cruz light in AAA right now. That's kind of just waiting in the wings. That could be that guy. I wouldn't touch Maxwell. I want to see Zach Maxwell pitch for the Cincinnati Reds so bad. I want to see that dude up in Great American just because I want to see what he's got. He's electric. That's really all I got for him. But I think those are probably my answers, short term. I haven't really thought about it too much, to be honest. I've been, all over the place. But it's a very exciting deadline. Yeah, anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Similarly, on the other side of things, the Reds currently have 4 starters on their roster. They activate today Lyon Richardson to potentially go for some bulk innings tonight or to make a future start. What, is that a position that you would be looking to attack on the trade market? Do you think that there's someone in the system ready to step into that role?
In terms of a starting pitcher?
Get rid of us. There we go.
In terms of a start, where he's kicking us off.
Specifically as a starting pitcher.
He's this is the Nick Kirby show, man. We know this. This is nothing new, dude.
Craig, stop asking questions.
Wrong button.
What's your solution on the starting pitching side?
On the starting pitching side, let me look at listen, here's the thing about AAA. Our roster is changing 24/7, so I need to make sure that I'm actually looking at the correct list here. 1 second. Dude, let me just say really quick. This is just a separate thought. Brandon Liebrand is fascinating to watch because he throws this UFO pitch that I don't understand, but he like manages to get out of things with like such a low impact like pitch arsenal. It feels like he's not really throwing gas. I think he maxes out at like 91, 92, and he is consistently doing pretty well. His last few starts have not been terrible in my opinion, but I don't think he's necessarily an answer at the top. In terms of actual like help, Aguilar is probably the best option we have in AAA right now. But even then, I don't think he's particularly ready at the moment. Like I don't think that in the same sense that like yeah, Rhett Lauder looks awesome in AA, and like maybe you could make an argument for him like making a huge jump. I don't even think that makes a ton of sense. I think when you look at what the rotation should be major league wise, you got Hunter, Nick. Probably you're looking at from there. I mean, Abbott, I don't know what's going on there. Abbott makes, he'll still be in there. I don't know what's Ashcraft's current status. I straight up don't know at the moment.
He was transferred to the 60-day IL.
Okay, I knew that he was. So he's just done for the year, right? I've been.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's out for the year, but he's out for a while.
Okay, so he's out. He's not in the mix though for this like next little stretch.
No.
At all. I wouldn't count on him.
No,
really.
The one thing that I thought was interesting, and you bring up Julian Aguilar.
Yeah.
I probably read into things too much, more so than others. The Reds deciding to activate Eric Yang and to bring him up as the secondary catcher who has served as Julian Aguilar's personal catcher all season long. Literally, if you look at Eric Yang's like appearances this year, it's literally he's just catching Julian Aguilar.
Yeah, that's it.
So
that's
I'm probably reading too much into it. They probably just didn't want to burn options with Troutwine or whatever. But they also had PJ Higgins down there as an option. So that was.
Yeah, I was a little surprised it wasn't PJ to be honest.
Yeah,
I was a little surprised it wasn't PJ when that move was made. I was definitely like, oh, okay, I guess we get Eric Yang up today, which Yang is great. Eric is best. But go ahead.
I'm sure Yang is mostly because this move is going to be for like 6 days because Maley's starting a rehab assignment tonight.
Yeah.
And you know that you can send Yang, DFA him, and you're not going to lose him. Whereas
I would imagine this is a like you don't want to burn an option on Troutwine, who's been pretty good. I've liked Trouty is a very interesting guy in terms of like a potential backup catcher down the line.
Reds love him.
Dude, he's got some pop as a catcher that you like to see, and he's kind of quick. Like he can run and he can play multiple positions. He's played outfield a little bit this year. So he's flexible in that sense, and he's a pretty good bat. I don't think he's ready necessarily yet, but in a pinch, he's not a bad option. Like in terms of guys who are down there, PJ's been a pretty solid bat all year. We have a lot of guys who've just been pretty solid all year. The Levon Soto, I'm not really sure what's going on there, to be honest. He's been like my favorite player to watch. I was a little bummed out about that. He's been my favorite guy to watch all year down there. But I mean, who knows again what this team is going to look like in about 2 hours, right? Like, who knows? Is anything happening while we're sitting here that we're just completely missing? That's
I'm trying to do. You're trying to do 6 things at once here. And Paco, I apologize. We never even like formally introduced.
Oh, you're good.
We kind of hit the ground running.
Everyone knows who I am, Nick. That's how it works.
Well, I think everyone knows who you are, but I don't think a lot of people know what you do because you've been talking about Louisville. Explain why you're so familiar with the Louisville Bats. You're not just a Louisville Bats super fan.
No, I'm not a Louisville Bats super fan. I'm driving from Dayton to Louisville every day to go run TrackMan down. It's a great time. I've been watching a lot of Louisville Bats. I've been running TrackMan all year, helping with video stuff, learning about the challenge system and how that's all functioning, which we can get into another day. That's been a very interesting experience this year, I would say. But yeah, I've been watching every home game for the Bats. I've ended up watching a lot of the away games now as a result, because now I'm unfortunately invested in the success of the Louisville Bats.
Let's go.
So I've gotten to watch a lot of very interesting things, and I've also had the moments where, like when Reese came up and then had his week from Cooperstown that I don't even know how that happened, but I'm sitting there like, this is one of the most incredible things I've ever watched in my life because none of this makes sense. But yeah, it's great. I've enjoyed being down there a lot, but I've gotten a lot to watch. I got to watch a lot of very interesting guys. My favorite though, I got to watch Skeen's first start of the year. Let me tell you, that dude's different. Now we all know that, obviously. Like this isn't news to everybody, but watching that like up close is crazy.
Poor Jacob Hurtubise was the first batter he faced, right?
Oh my god, dude, he turned him into a pretzel, dude. It was tough.
Our king.
He turned him. He had him spinning around at a fastball. That was tough. That was a tough one for the Hurtubise side there. Not great.
Back to Trotwine real quick.
Yes. Yeah.
'Cause I do think he's interesting, and I got to hang out with Tom Nichols, who's just incredible voice of the Dayton Dragons, and we were talking about Trotwine, and he said that he thought Trotwine was the best leader of a team that the Reds have had since TJ Friedel that he saw like come through. So that was pretty high praise from Tom. So I think that Trotwine has a lot of those intangibles that make for him to be a potential, at least really good, like backup catcher that you love. And I think Luke Maile kind of is right now for the Reds.
Luke Maile is
he's almost the next guy of that that's a lot younger.
Right. I would agree that that's a very good comp in terms of like what he's capable of. I think his bat plays a little better currently even, but I think that Maile clearly has the rapport with the guys that are currently up there, and he has the respect for the locker room. So I'm not like advocating for any move there of any kind. But Trotwine is, I think, a better bat long term. I still would like to see a little more average out of him. But he has multiple walk-off home runs this year in huge moments that have been some of my favorite moments. So I have kind of a skewed perception of him to some extent because he's provided some of my favorite moments of the season down there. But it seems that the team really responds down there. I'm not in the locker room all the time. I'm not down in the clubhouse very much, but I do know a lot of people who are, and I know that he's definitely very well liked down there. So I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
Also, another trade just went through.
What we got?
Trevor Richards to the Twins.
Trevor Richards to the Twins. Okay.
No idea the return on any of that, but
it's so hard unless you have like the ability to like actually like fully research and not try to talk. The Blue Jays. It'll be interesting to see what the Blue Jays do, because they've kind of been slowly selling off some pieces here. Do they go? It
doesn't seem like they're going to move any of the major guys that everyone was thinking they would, though. I don't think Bichette's on the move. I'd be surprised, even though I think that might not be the worst decision in the world for them.
That was the Twins' first trade, wasn't it, of the deadline? Weren't they? I think we saw someone point in the chat earlier that they were the
deal. San Diego Padres are finalizing a deal to acquire closer Tanner Scott from the Miami Marlins.
You knew the Padres were going to do something before this day was done. That's
that was a guarantee, dude. He's gonna get wacky. They're sending back 8 prospects. It's gonna be something crazy.
Tanner Scott's like the top guy in Stuff Plus I saw of anyone that was on a team that expected to sell. So I mean, we saw him when the Reds faced him. He's been absolutely dominant.
I'm really curious what the return is there. I'm very curious what they gave up for him.
Well, if it was the Padres, I'm assuming it was quite a bit.
I was half joking with 8 prospects, but that might not be that big of an exaggeration. Is it going to be like, oh, we gave up 3 top 10 prospects, or they gave up the entire farm? Because that seems to be the only moves they do. So I don't know.
Yeah. AJ Preller does not mess around. I'll be fascinating to see what that roster looks like in 5 years. But if they find a way to win a World Series,
who really cares? It's kind of like if you win a World Series, then it's all kind of worth it. But if you don't, then it is really an all-in idea, and I mean that's not really what we have going on, I would say.
Yeah.
As you mentioned before, like looking back at like 2017 and prior, or like the pre-crawl era, whatever you want to call it, and like what was going on in the front office then compared to now is night and day in terms of planning.
It was like trying to go all in with a $100 million payroll.
Which is just
typically a very poor strategy. There hasn't been a whole lot of teams outside of maybe the Kansas City Royals are like the only outlier. Even them, I don't know if they really went all in, but that's probably the one team that comes to mind that really is a small market team, didn't spend a whole lot, that went all in and actually won a World Series, or even actually like made it to the World Series. I don't.
Right.
Can you think of another small market team that went all in that actually made it to the World Series in the last 10 or 15 years?
Not really, to be honest. And also, it's partially because you don't really see a lot of small market teams go all in that often.
That's true.
Just because of the such high risk potential of that move. We're not the Dodgers. We don't have the ability to go out and spend $400-500 million in an off season like it's nothing. Like that's just not. It's just not what's going on here. Whether we like it or not, that's not what's going on. And so we have to act differently than that. And I think that that's the case for half of the teams in Major League Baseball, over half of the teams in Major League Baseball, who are just not going to be willing to throw it all away or throw away 10 years in the future for one shot at it. But again, like you said, sometimes they go for it. I don't think that's the year for us. I don't think that's what's going on here, or I'd be curious to see what that would look like down the line. But it doesn't seem like we're going to be buying just based on what's been going on. I'd be surprised if we're making a significant move to buy, but who knows, right? Like, do you count Montas for Weimer? And like that's almost a buy to some extent, depending on how you look at Frankie and that asset and like what that was going into the end of the season. Because for me, I'm happy with that return in terms of like, what were we going to get for two more months of Frankie compared to, say, I don't know, whoever we want to throw out there as that fifth starter that either we have down in AAA or we have up here already. Like, I don't think it's that dramatic of a difference based on his performance. And maybe he goes to Milwaukee and he's all of a sudden great. Like, that's very possible. In fact, I would almost consider it likely that he goes there and it's suddenly like extremely good. And I think sometimes change of scenery is what guys need. And I like Frankie. I'm sure you did too, to some extent as a person. He's a good guy to have around the team. But I think that this is probably best for both parties, all things considered.
I wouldn't be against them bringing back Frankie.
I wouldn't either. Yeah, listen, let the Brewers do the dirty work of making him good again and figure a few things out. It's not like he was completely terrible. Like there's still a good pitcher in there, in my opinion. Now I don't know exactly how to unlock it, but the Brewers might, and if they're able to do that, and then we're like, okay, hey, now that you figured a few things out over there, you want to come on back and run it back? Who knows? I'm not against it.
The difference between Frankie Montas being a slightly below average pitcher like he's been this year and being a well above average pitcher is like 3 or 4 of his bad starts not being bad. Like that's like he's had a lot of really good starts this year.
Yeah,
and
I agree. It's funny because that's the case with like every guy, dude. It's crazy. Like when you start to look by game log of like what these guys are doing, and you're like, oh, these guys actually aren't that terrible. They just have a few really bad. Like even Alexis is a good example of this year. Like he started terrible, and his ERA has been like it hasn't looked good all year as a result of that. But if you start looking at game logs, you're like, okay, he's actually been pretty locked down for the majority of the year. I don't know what the market is for him necessarily, or if I really would want to. How many years of control do we have of Alexis? I can't remember. Do you know off the top of your head?
Quite a bit. I mean, I can pull it up here in 2 seconds. Alexis Diaz is a free agent after 2027, so still have 2025.
Okay, so there's a lot. There's a lot of value in those years. Yeah, I don't know if that's really something that makes a lot of sense, but who knows?
You'd have to get blown away. I mean, again,
and that might happen. Look, there's still time here. There's still an hour and a half, and you know that sometimes it goes a little over. So but I would imagine, and this is just me, not really knowing anything, but I would imagine it's chaos right now. There's a return for Scott if you're curious.
Okay,
Snelling and Missouri. I don't really know. Is that Robbie Snelling, right? I would assume. I think it's Robbie Snelling. Yeah, that's their number 2 prospect, man. Yeah, Robbie Snelling, and it was their number 2 and number 4 prospect, dude.
For a reliever.
For a closer, dude. Wow. Man. Yeah, Snelling is their number 2 overall. He's in AA, and Missouri is a right-handed pitcher in AAA right now. I don't know much about either of them, to be completely honest with you. But, dude, 2 and 4 for a closer. 2-4. They got two really good arms there. Is there more in that trade? Paulie too? Wait, who's? Dude, they got. Dude, I was half joking. They got 3 of their top 5 prospects.
Oh my god! I
They
wonder
got
what
3
Diaz
of
could
their
have
top 5
got.
prospects, dude.
I wonder what Diaz could have got.
Wow.
That's the kind of deal that I'm like
Wow.
trade Diaz for.
Holy cow, man!
But Scott's on a different level than Diaz. There's no question.
I would
about
agree,
it this
but
year.
that is a haul. I know we throw that term around a lot, but 3 of the top 5, man. I would thought 3 out of the top 10 was being a little generous towards him. That's crazy, man.
Good for
this market. This market is a seller's market. That is for sure, especially with pitching.
Good for the Marlins. I mean, that is.
Dude, the Marlins are having an insane deadline.
Yeah, I agree.
They're having. Look, I know the Marlins are. We have our questions about the Marlins and what they're up to, but just based on the returns they've gotten, even just the trade with the Orioles was great. Like
they're having a 2022 Reds deadline.
This is impressive by their front office. They've turned some assets into some real talent for the future. That's impressive. Wow.
Yeah,
they got another guy too?
And they didn't give up all that much to get Scott originally, right? I mean, they pretty much.
I don't know what that original deal was.
They got him from the Orioles. I can't remember, but I don't think they gave up a whole lot. I think he was kind of on the scrap heap almost and resurrected his career. And man, when you get a guy that you resurrect their career and you turn them into 3 top 5 prospects for a team, I mean, that's man,
He was traded for Kevin Guerrero, Antonio Velez. I mean, okay, sure. I mean, that's a pretty good flip there by the Marlins. Then,
yeah,
that was a trade in 2022, and yeah, take that all day. What on earth, dude? That is an insane return. Am I crazy? Like that feels like a massive overpay by the Padres.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm crazy or not. I know Tanner Scott's good, but how many years does he have left? He's a free agent after this year?
Yeah.
That's for 2 months of Tanner Scott, brother? Okay.
I mean, you better win. You better win when you make a deal like that.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
dude.
putting a lot of pressure on your team.
Holy cow, dude!
But they already have so much invested in that team, though.
Yeah.
They almost have put themselves in a spot.
You gotta win, man. They have
or you
to.
have to. I mean, because
Jeez.
those prospects don't mean a whole lot.
But he's going to do this again next year. He's going to do it again next year, and he'll do it again the next year. And he'll keep doing this until he either run out of money or run out of players. Like, he will keep doing this, I think.
Yeah.
Preller, dude, he's not going to stop going for it. Which part of me has to respect to some extent. Like, I have to respect that he's continuing to just go at it. But, dude, what are the odds Ethan Salas actually sees the field as a San Diego Padre? I put it like 20%.
I don't know who could they get in the next hour.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. He might not even make it through the day.
Yeah.
Robbie Snelling, Adam Mazur, Graham Pauley, and Jay Bashirs. That's a crazy trade, man. Wow.
Yeah, and
All
I
right.
mean, you already look at
Sure.
they already gave away Juan Soto. I know they got some prospects back for when they flipped Juan Soto, but man, you look at like James Wood right now with the Nationals. Looks like he's about to be an absolute
superstar.
star.
He looks like he's gonna be a superstar.
And Mackenzie Gore looks like
Yeah.
a bona fide top of the rotation starter. So I mean, when you've already invested that much into kind of what you're doing right now, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and fault them for this move because they already have. You can't backpedal now. There's no backpedaling now.
wild,
man.
The James Wood thing is very interesting to me. I love James Wood. I don't know if I could be higher on James Wood. Do you know how fast that dude is? He should not be allowed to be that fast. I just want to be on the record. He should not be allowed to hit the ball that hard and be that fast. I know we have Ellie on our team.
We can't really say that.
I understand that we have Ellie on our team, but dude, James Wood looks enormous because he is. Like, he's huge. Ellie doesn't really look huge. James Wood looks like Aaron Judge and then runs like Ellie. That's not fair. He shouldn't be allowed to do that.
The wild thing about the Padres is right now they only have a 63% chance of making the playoffs. They only have a half game lead on the Diamondbacks for a playoff spot. Now there's three playoff spots. There's 3 playoff spots there. So it's a lot of people I think keep misconstruing the NL wild card. They'll say, well, you have to leave this team and this team. Okay, well, if you get past those teams, then you have 3 spots that you're in play for. It's not like it's not like it's 7 teams fighting for 1 playoff spot.
Right, and that's dude, the end of the season, the last 2 weeks of the season are going to be insane because I think that, like you said, because of how many teams are in that mix, there's 8 or 9 teams in the mix at the moment that could make the playoffs as a final wild card spot. Who knows what's going to happen? Because even just one team has a bad week who's at the top, or even 2 teams at the top have a mediocre week, and anybody can jump up and take that spot. That's why it's always whenever you see a wild card race where everybody is within 4 to 5 games, or everybody's within, what is it right now? 7 games or 8 games of each other, somewhere in that range. I don't know exactly the numbers off the top of my head, but I know it's super close. All that can flip in the span of 2 to 3 weeks. And it's a long season. I know there's not many games left, but oh boy. What do we got here?
I'm going to full screen it here. Hines is back. Hines is back.
I'm glad Reese is getting at-bats again.
I heard of these Maley Hines.
What a top 3. There are parts of me that wish that I could be at this one. Also, I just want to say, watching Tony Kemp play, Tony Kemp could be a contributor. I just want to be on the record as saying.
I think that might have been why they DFA'd Soto. Why they felt he was expandable.
I think Tony Kemp might be our best player in AAA right now in terms of position players. He has been really good. I really like Tony Kemp.
I liked him in spring training. When we were down in Arizona, he was a player that I thought, I like this guy. I think he has the potential to be a bench role for the Reds, and that to me probably is why they DFA'd Soto, because I think that Tony Kemp's probably ahead of Soto on the depth chart. And I know Kemp's not on the 40-man, but I think if the Reds need to call someone else up to be an infielder, I think they would probably let Tony Kemp be the guy to get some run, because
I would tend to agree there. He's very consistent.
Moments.
He's very consistent, and he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, which in AAA you see a lot of mistakes. You just see guys constantly booting the ball, or miss throws, or diving for things they shouldn't, and you just don't really see that a lot from Tony, at least in my personal anecdotal experience. I haven't really seen a lot of that from him this year. So I wouldn't be against him. I think he's a pretty consistent guy, and he has the major league experience that, he's been around. He's a guy who you want to have around your team. I've gotten to watch a lot of Tony Kemp this year because he visited a few times and then joined us as a player. It was nice to see.
And we talked with Sully about this, but the Reds are trading players, and they're trading players where they're not giving up completely on the season, but they're clearly not putting all their effort into the season. But I do think that it is very important for this team not only to try to hang around in the playoff race, but also to try to help develop good habits with some of these young players. And I think a guy like Tony Kemp really fits helping the other guys finish the year strong. So I the more we've talked about it, I've really talked myself into this idea that I think Tony Kemp will get up here and will kind of be that almost that Luke Maley type behind the plate for the infield and the bench for this team the rest of the season. Did get a question here, and I think this is probably the question everybody has. Reds have to make another trade, right? I think they will. I think they'll make at least one more. I mean, again, we still have an hour and 15 minutes.
There's still a very long time before the deadline.
We've seen so many times with the deadline, there is a rush at the end. So hold on to your butts.
my guess is there's probably another one. I don't know how many. again, I'm not privy to that information. I'm not that bored. But
And Nick
I think
Martinez is the one guy
that just makes no
that
sense
you
to me.
want to wait and you want to get teams bidding for. That
And who knows? That might be happening right now. We have no idea. Like,
I think the Reds didn't think they were going to get or I think the Reds probably just love the Montas return. Thought they're not going to get anything better. And to be quite honest, it's hard to see that being a reality. I think Lucas Sims, I think the Reds probably thought this was the best they were going to get.
Yeah.
And Nick Martinez is not a guy that I think the Reds have to move if they're getting a subpar return. Like if they're getting a couple lottery tickets,
we don't have to move anybody right now.
Yeah.
In my opinion, and like I don't think there's anybody that's like we have to move this guy right now. I think that the most pressing was probably Montas. Like that was the guy who made the most sense in terms of like, okay, he's expiring, he's not doing that well. If we can get something good for him in return, then let's give it a shot. Like, but I don't think there's anybody that stands out to me as like we have to move this guy or we're like it's malpractice. I don't think that there's anybody left that's like we must sell this guy right now or else he has no value in the future. I know some of the guys are on expiring deals, but on the other hand, like I'm not against. Dude, also Crochet and Scooble both haven't moved still. So like, I don't know. Are they waiting for that to happen? Because I imagine those guys are both going to move before the deadline. No, or maybe not. Who knows, dude? I know the White Sox are known for very smart tactics when it comes to how they move guys around. So who knows?
Paco, so I've been so far like I've been in so many different directions in my head here. There was a video from White Sox GM Chris Getz that was circulating and that I haven't watched because I've been on a live stream. But I guess he said some things that were crazy. And guess what?
Oh boy.
I uploaded it. So let's watch it together and see what he said.
We've had a really strong relationship back to when we drafted him. And, I think about, the alternate site and, he made his major league debut, so quickly without any minor league games. And remember driving over here. He had never been to a major league park and being with him and kind of going through that experience with him, getting acclimated to the major leagues and, going through his injuries and his decision along with mine to go into this year prepared to be a starter and giving him a chance to do that. I'm really, I continue to feel that we have a really open and honest relationship, and certainly I believe in Garrett, and he goes out. Whether I believe in him or not doesn't matter because he believes in himself as a pitcher. The communication had been very strong between Garrett and I, and his agency, and I was a little surprised and taken back by how they went about it, considering that I had a conversation with his agent, the night before. I didn't, that's not exactly the tactic that I would have taken, even being a former player, quite honestly, just because the dialogue had been so honest and real and careful and mindful of his career, because, I've known him since we got him. So I was a little surprised by it. I was. I think most people, most fans, and even players, without knowing everything, it makes sense. I think we understand, why a stance would be taken like that. Now, how you...
That's wild to throw your player under the bus, your top. It's all.
What is going on over there in Chicago, dude? What's happening?
I saw a tweet that made me chuckle. It was from Vinny. He does a White Sox podcast. I went on a show once, and he said, Chris Getz is a clown. Crochet has a higher WAR this season than he had in his entire career.
Dude, look, I have two takes. One is that the Crochet, the move to be like, maybe I just won't pitch for you is pretty wild. I don't know. Has that ever been?
How do you not want out of there?
Has it ever even been attempted before? Has anybody even tried that before in the history of the trade deadline? Has any player been like, either give me a deal or I'm not pitching the playoffs? Especially a young pitcher with a lot to prove. Like, obviously he's been great so far, right? Like, he's been lights out. But he's a young pitcher with a lot to prove. And I think that you get an opportunity to go to a playoff team. In what world are you not starting that game, right? A team offers you the ball in a playoff game. Do you know what I mean? It just feels like, and I think that
all about
I don't know if there's a team willing to,
and
I don't know if a team is willing to call that bluff per se, which maybe scared them off of this deal. And if I'm that GM, I'm probably losing it because I understand his frustration side of it, but also I don't think you can say that publicly.
No,
Do
they're
you know,
both.
Do you know
they're
what I
both
mean?
wrong.
I think that I think that you can be upset with that internally, and you can be like, dude, don't say that. But at the same time, it's not exactly like they're doing right by him either, apparently, based on everything. So I think this is just all parties involved, probably, like in Reddit terms, is everyone here sucks is probably you know what I mean? Like that's probably the result of this. But I don't know, man. The White Sox are so fascinating. It's I don't know what's going on, like really at all. Also, I think we missed another move. Zuber for Gervais. Okay. See, dude, there's deals like this that are happening that I don't even know how to react to that because I'm so locked in on what's going on in the Reds and the Reds farm system that's not even English to me. I don't even understand who those guys are to the extent that I could talk about it. You want to talk about Shang, dude?
Shang and Lin?
Then we can start cooking. No, I'm messing around. Not right now.
Oh,
Another time.
I'm always down for Shang and Lin
dude.
talk.
Another time we'll talk about Shang. Another time. Not right now. Well, today's too busy for the deadline, dude. You gotta lock in.
Well, Paco, you're certainly welcome to stay as long as you want. I don't want you to.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna dip here in a few. I'm heading down to the ballpark, so I'm probably gonna dip here in a few. So
okay. Well,
is there any other final thoughts you want before?
Yeah, when you do, I'll run through the Lucas Sims return again.
Okay.
And then Craig's supposed to be rejoining us here in a minute.
Cool.
Craig had to do his real job or something. I don't know, some BS. I don't know. He's gonna be back and he's gonna ride out the rest of the deadline.
Dude, I just want to say on the Lucas Sims thing really fast. I am so interested to learn more about our return because you have a 19-year-old who could throw 99. That alone is enough for me, personally. If you have a 19-year-old who can throw 99, you can teach a lot. You can teach a lot, but you can't teach throwing 99, really. So I'm interested to see how that progresses and what happens there. But I'm excited about that return. At first I was like, only 1-for-1 for Sims. I was kind of hoping to be maybe we get a package of 2 guys or more, but that probably just tells us where the Sims market was. I think that really tells us that he probably didn't have that many suitors, most likely, because that doesn't feel like a lot of bidding. I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe we're the crazy ones here. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's just, I've said it several times, so I apologize to people who actually watch everything I say. I also feel sorry for you.
Hey, listen, if you're watching this whole stream, you deserve to hear some repeated things from that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Sorry.
But again, with Lucas Sims, I think he's much more attractive as a free agent than as a trade deadline piece. And I think the Red Sox as a team made so much sense because the Red Sox are still a game out of a playoff spot. They're most likely not competing for the AL East. So
who knows, though, man? Who knows what the AL East is? Kind of my thought process there is who knows?
They are 6.
Nobody wants to run away with that, but nobody wants to run away with it. And I do think the Orioles or Yankees win that. So don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but who knows?
But really, my thought here is that Lucas Sims is a player that a team like the Red Sox that still have a chance to make the playoffs, but they don't have a great chance. He's more of the high risk, high reward type player where I just don't think a team like the Yankees or a team like the Brewers or go down the list of teams that are in a great spot right now want to add a guy that he may walk everyone he faces this year, and you look like an idiot for trading legit prospects for a guy for 2 months. But when you get him on the free agent market and teams are only giving away money for him, I think teams are going to be. I have some disposable income, or that's supposed to be. I have some disposable cash that I can throw at Lucas Sims. He could be a steal, but if he doesn't pan out, I'm not going to get crushed for just paying the guy. So I think that
he's not going to be that expensive. Like he won't be.
I don't know.
Crazy. He won't be crazy expensive. I don't think.
I think he's going to get a lot more on the free agent market, unless he completely flames out in Boston.
Yeah,
but
it'll depend on how the season ends.
If he was a free agent tomorrow, I think he would have a lot more people lined up for his services than people might think.
He's a good pitcher.
Well, and the stuff plus is through the roof. That's right. Everyone's going to think they can fix Lucas Sims. But at a trade deadline, when you have 2 months.
Dude, someone get the A's on the phone, man. Dude. they thought they could fix Joe Boyle, and if you think you fix Joe Boyle, you have some confidence.
I hope Joe Boyle figures it out because he is a fun.
I do too. I want him to. I want to figure it out too, for the record.
But I'm very happy with that return. I'm very happy with how that return.
I like Sam a lot. I think that was a good flip. I mean, really, like all the moves we've made in the last few years, I've been very happy with. But depends on who you ask, right, Nick? Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I'm probably going to dip, but thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully this was good and helpful and not just me rambling for however long.
Absolutely. This was very helpful.
Let's hope not in the last hour here. We have some good stuff happen.
There's something in the last hour to talk about.
I'm hopeful.
But yeah, Paco, appreciate you. Enjoy the game tonight. Enjoy.
We'll do.
Tony Santillan starting the game for the Reds, and whoever's left after that. So enjoy.
Dude, it is a mystery box of who we're going to get to watch pitch tonight. I have no idea, but I can't wait. It's going to be fun.
All right, brother. Take care, my man.
Have a good one, guys. Adios. Enjoy the rest of the deadline.
All right. So I'm flying solo till Craig gets back. Craig should be back here in a few minutes. I'm going to take a minute here to, first off, thank you for watching the stream. Appreciate it. People keep watching these things, and so it makes me more invested in wanting to do these for 4 hours at a time because you guys watch. So I appreciate that. If you haven't liked the stream, please do like the stream. We would really appreciate that. That does help us. We're going to ride this out till the deadline, so we'll see if something else happens. And Craig is back. But Craig, I just already promised the people, and I promised them like 6 times that I was going to run back through the Lucas Sims. So I'm going to do that again. I do have everything, or I had everything teed up here. Give me 1 second. Let me tee back up. Ovis Portis. Let's tee this back up. He was the return for Lucas Sims. Red Sox number 29 ranked prospect, just updated from Baseball America. He's got a electric arm, can throw up to 99 miles per hour. A potential to be a starter. He's being used as a starter, but does have the ability, does have the possibility of ended up having to turn into a reliever. He started this year out at the complex. Their complex is out in Florida, and he was dominant. 13 innings, no runs, 16 strikeouts, 4 walks. So he was really good. Got promoted to their low A team in Salem, 3.43 ERA in 21 innings. Has walked a lot more. He's walked 15 in 21 innings. It's pretty common for young players. He has struck out 25 batters in 21 innings. So I like the return for him. I don't think it's anything to like go crazy about by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think that this was, wow, man, this is a game-changing piece, but this is a lottery ticket. And, as I've kind of said with Lucas Sims this week, I think that was probably the return that you were getting. So overall, I think it's a fine deal. And, hopefully this 19-year-old, pans out. But if he doesn't, look, you were giving away 2 months of Lucas Sims, a really talented pitcher, but a flawed pitcher that has walked a lot of guys this year. And I don't think the teams were going to give up a ton for. So we have an hour, Craig, an hour left until the deadline. Although that hour is not a hard hour, as we found out in the past. A lot of times there still will be some stuff trickling in. I will wait for that famous tweet from C. Trent or Mark Sheldon that says the The Reds have not made any. The Reds are done. There's always that tweet. Sometimes it comes like right at 6. Sometimes it's a little after. So I'll probably stay on until I see that tweet, and then I will get off of here and take a little bit of a break until the 9th inning, and then I'll be right back on here. But Craig, my friend, how are we feeling? An hour to go.
An hour to go. One of the conversations I think we should have over the last hour is if this is it for the Reds. Is it a successful trade deadline or not? We'll talk about that later. I think it's worth us running through some of the trades that we've seen happen today. We can even start last night with the Frankie Montas deal to the Brewers. Reds sending Frankie to the Brewers. The Braves bringing back Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson. The Yankees add to their bullpen. They get Mark Leiter from the Cubs. Shout out Reed on selling for the Cubs. The Red Sox this morning land Lucas Sims from the Reds. We just talked about that one. The Orioles have traded for Marlins starter Trevor Rogers. That was one that stood out to me. In exchange, the Orioles send infielder Connor Norby and outfielder Kyle Stowers to the Marlins, two major league players, in exchange for Trevor Rogers, who struggled this year. The Diamondbacks signed Josh Bell, who was DFA'd by the Marlins. The Guardians acquire starting pitcher Alex Cobb from the Giants. Worth noting that Alex Cobb has not pitched yet this year. He's been on the IL with hip and shoulder injuries. Reports are that the Guardians and others were very impressed with what they've seen from his rehab so far and were willing to take the risk on that. Yankees send Caleb Ferguson to the Astros. The Royals, and another move that stood out to Sully when we were talking to him, they acquire Lucas Erceg from the Oakland Athletics. The Rangers land Andrew Chafin from the Tigers. Shout out Jimmy Clicks. The White Sox send Paul DeJong to the Royals. Interesting story there. The White Sox and Royals are playing, so Paul DeJong switching bullpens there. The Mets land Paul Blackburn. The Mariners add JT Chargois. And most recently, the Padres bolster their bullpen by adding all-star closer Tanner Scott from the Marlins. San Diego sending 4 prospects: Robbie Snelling, Adam Mazer, Graham Pauley, and Jay Bashirs to Miami for Scott, along with right-handed pitcher Brian Hoeing. So a lot of action across the league. The Reds so far 2 trades, an addition, of course, to 3 trades, I guess. Lucas Sims, Frankie Montas, and then also adding Ty France. So, Nick, let's ask this. When we look back at the 2024 trade deadline as it sits today, at the end of the year, which of these moves has the biggest impact for the Reds by the end of the year?
Of the 2 so far?
Well, it's 3 because you got Ty France. So is it Ty France or is it Weimers and Junis?
I mean, I think you have to expect it to be Weimer. I mean, this was a guy that was a top 100 prospect 14 months ago. So yeah, I mean, I think that's it. I mean, the other one's a lottery ticket. You know, there's a lot of things that are positive to like about that lottery ticket, but he's a lottery ticket. The chances of him making the big leagues are a lot lower than they are. It's below, I don't know, 30% maybe. I don't know what the exact math is, but it's below 50%, that's for sure. So yeah, I think it's the Weimer deal. It'll be interesting to see what the Reds do with him. I'm assuming he goes down to AAA, especially with kind of the moves the Reds have made. They haven't DFA'd any outfielders yet, so I'm assuming he goes down to AAA, which makes sense to me. I think your hope with him is that you send him down to AAA. He gets hot, and you call him up around September 1st, and you give him a run in the big leagues. But you kind of let him start there and get acclimated within the organization. He hasn't crushed it enough at AAA. I know he's played a lot better of late, but he hasn't crushed it enough at AAA where you feel like you need to put him on the big league roster right now. A couple interesting storylines that I've just kind of seen play out here as we are wrapping up this or getting into this last hour. Big news is Blue Jays sources said are not moving Vladdy or any big name players. That was just confirmed to Mark Feinstein. And the Red Sox number 2 ranked prospect was scratched from the lineup for Double-A Portland. I see everyone reacting to that. Doesn't mean he's for sure getting traded, though. That's always important to remember. That could just be, okay, there's enough smoke that we're not, but it doesn't mean for sure that a trade is going to go across the goalpost. But yeah, that's kind of the most interesting thing. Craig, you weren't here with the Padres trade. That to me has been the biggest one of the deadline that has the most, I don't know, maybe the most consequential. Is it fair to say on both sides? Definitely could hurt the Padres the most. I mean, the Padres put, I think, up the most risk here of it backfiring. But Tanner Scott also has the ability to be a game changer, but he is a reliever. So I don't know. What was your thoughts on that one?
Well, I think the Tanner Scott we saw with the Reds recently, certainly an electric arm, all-star caliber pitcher. But the Padres gave up a lot, including 2 of their top 5 prospects. But Tanner Scott on the year, only a 1.18 ERA, he's 6-5. But I mean, he's a guy who for the last 2 years now has been one of the more dominant closers in the game. So picking up a guy like that to bolster your bullpen is exactly what this trade deadline is for. It's clear to me that the Padres think that they have the pieces in place to really compete. But again, you're sending, some of the top prospects in exchange for that, and Snelling and Mazer and Pauly. So it feels heavy, but at the same time, I think it's an indication of where the reliever market is. And again, just goes to the conversation we have had for many weeks now, and that is the Reds have multiple pieces that most likely, especially someone like Alexis Diaz, who could garner a return similar to that if you're seeing that from the Padres and they're shipping out 2 of their top 5 prospects in return for Tanner Scott, they have to believe that someone like Alexis Diaz could also return either major league ready talent or some very top prospects that could help this team in the near future. And everything that we've talked about has been that every move that gets made between now and 6 p.m. on July 30th needs to be helping the Reds in 2025, because we can't continue to keep pushing things out a year or 2 every offseason. So, if you're going to do it, the market certainly seems hot enough that the return for someone like Alexis Diaz, or maybe even someone like Fernando Cruz, would certainly garner the return that would make it interesting for the Reds to at least listen. If I'm the Reds personally, I'm listening to offers on those 2 in particular, back end of the bullpen arms.
Yeah. In terms of let's say this is it for the Reds. I don't know. I think it just depends on the other teams. I mean, it just depends on how desperate these other teams get here at the end. If they're not desperate, then I don't think the Reds are making another move. If they are desperate, then I think the Reds do make a move. So it really isn't about the Reds. As weird as that might sound, I don't think it's about the Reds. It's about these other teams' level of desperation. And would I be happy or disappointed with the deadline? It's so hard to know. I don't know what the offers were for Nick Martinez. If there was nothing of real value for Nick Martinez, hold on to him. You have the potential to keep him next year. He helps you this year, and whether people want to look at the playoff odds and say it's stupid, they do still have somewhat of a chance. And I do think there's some value to trying to compete as much as you can if you're not giving up, if you're not getting a whole lot back this year, and trying to finish strong and building towards 2025, and having good pieces around guys like Duelve Marte, who's trying to develop, and some of your younger pitchers that are trying to develop, and all those kind of things. So Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens here in the last 50 minutes. But I don't know. I don't know what to expect because there's been, again, I've watched so many of these deadlines, and there's some where it's just pure chaos at the end, and there's some where it just goes quietly into the night. But I don't know.
Yeah, we've seen both for sure. I think the challenge for me, Nick, is that it feels as if the Reds haven't improved one way or another. They haven't offloaded some expiring contracts to try and get pieces in return, or at least enough of them. They haven't added any significant impact players to the roster. So it feels a little bit like they're still stuck in the same kind of overloading of meh versus actually kind of having improvement. And so it's a challenge. And you talked about it earlier, but you've got guys like CES, Matt McLean, and others who are expected back either later this year or next year that have the ability to significantly impact this team. But, the Reds are only 5 games out of the wild card as it sits right now. And while I don't want to say, it depends on obviously the return and what was offered, but it does feel a little non-committal one way or another. And that's the only thing that I would have that I would say is that you've seen some teams really commit one way or another. You've seen several teams, the Rays, the Marlins, even the Cubs a little bit, who are very clearly selling. And then you've seen other teams who are very clearly buying. And, for the Reds, to me, doesn't necessarily feel like they're in a position where they should have felt comfortable enough to just stand pat. I understand the one side of it and saying that, well, we don't want to make any moves that sets us back for 2025, because as you've talked about, there are pieces coming back that can improve this team for 2025. But at the same time, they haven't done anything to try and set themselves up for that either. So,
Dun, dun, dun. Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates. I should have said De La Cruz to the Pirates just to make people a little nervous for a second. Yeah, Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates. We talked
Terramar
about
Johnson?
Maybe. I haven't saw a return yet.
Okay.
But yeah, we laid it out earlier. I mean, he's definitely a guy that has some serious upside, but hit 18 home runs in that ballpark this year. Certainly, that's impressive in itself. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit. I don't know what the Pirates are giving up for him, but he certainly helps that team, because that team's offense is very similar to the Reds. They talk to Pirates fans, probably going to hear a lot of the exact same complaints every single night about their baseball team and how their offense is the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely helps them. The question will just be, was he worth giving up whatever they gave up to? But yeah, 245, 289 on base percentage, 96 WRC plus. So he's close to league average. He's 27 years old, so he's an older player from when he debuted. They still have several years of control left for him. He's not a free agent until after the 2027 season. So we'll wait and see what the return and how much they gave up for him is. But yeah, I mean, the Pirates, they're a better team. They're in an interesting spot. They're in a better spot than the Reds. But the interesting with the Pirates is, how deep is Paul Skeens going to pitch this year, and how is he going to pitch deep into the season? And that pretty much goes for a lot of their pitching. Whether or not they shut down Paul Skeens or not, I'm sure that'll be highly debated. There's also no guarantee that he's going to be this dominant into September, and if they make it into the playoffs, even into the playoffs. It's just so hard to know what a player that is the most exciting player outside of maybe Ellie in baseball. But there's no guarantee how he's going to finish this year in his first season in the big leagues.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back, obviously the Nationals went through a very similar situation with Steven Strasburg and made the decision to shut him down. And if I remember correctly, shut him down in multiple seasons even. and you see it obviously with all the draft picks. Pitchers get drafted and then they basically get shut down for the year because they've already pitched an entire college baseball season. But again, Paul Skeens, same thing. I mean, he's only a year removed. And so it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. And I think a lot of it, as always, is dictated by how the race is going. And if Pittsburgh thinks that they can stay in the race, which is indicated by some of the moves that they've made, then I wouldn't be shocked if they do allow Paul Skeens to continue to pitch until at least they feel as if they're out of it. I also wouldn't be shocked to see them kind of skip a start here or there, or maybe adjust the rotation to try and get him an extra day of rest from time to time. There's positives and negatives to the NL being so mediocre this year. And one of the negatives is that, I guess depends on how you're looking at it, but one of the side effects is certainly that there are going to be many teams who feel like they are in it, even though their team is really not built to be in it. And, we've already seen the Pirates with Jones go on the IL. So, it makes me think that maybe they'll be overly protective. But only time will tell. And again, if they add Brian De La Cruz and then can continue to make improvements in the standings, then it's really hard to imagine a situation where the Pittsburgh Pirates make the playoffs and Paul Skeens doesn't throw.
Yeah. Reds next see the Pirates at PNC Park, 4-game series, August 22nd through the 25th. The Reds also face the Pirates at Great America Ballpark, third to last series of the season. Yeah, the Pirates are in an interesting spot. I know their fans are really wanting them to go all in. They're 2 out of a playoff spot, so they're 3 games closer than the Reds are right now. Pirates are in a tough spot too. I mean, they're in a tough spot because I don't know what the playoff odds say, but they can't be that high. They are 16.2%. So, I mean, yeah, they're in a better spot than the Reds. The Reds are 5.7 right now, but yeah, I mean, they're still in a spot where they have to overcome. So, but they also, the guy they got, in complete fairness to them, is a guy with multiple years of control. So they didn't go out and get a rental. So, yeah, we'll see. I like that move for them, depending on who they give up. It's always so hard to say, yeah, I like that move or not. That's the thing about the trade deadlines, Craig. Everyone loves the buyers. Everyone loves the buyers of the trade deadline, right? I mean, how many times are their teams? How rare is it that teams get criticized for buying at the trade deadline? But we know, like, half these moves are going to pan out, if that, right? I mean, a lot of these moves aren't gonna pan out the way that teams want. So that's what makes this fun is everyone does a great job at the buys. Well, we'll see. Let's revisit that in a couple of years. I think we should maybe every year maybe MLB Network should do a special looking back at the trade deadline 5 years prior, like the night before, and just to kind of give people and like look back at some of the clips and things that were said about that deadline at the time and how it ultimately ended up panning out.
Yeah, a couple reports coming out now.
Okay.
Relative to that trade, 2 names that have been reported to be included in the deal, not solely the deal. The first is a first baseman from their high A affiliate, Garrett Forrester, going back in that deal, along with right-handed starting pitcher, and I apologize in advance for the pronunciation, Jun Suk Shim, who is again in A or rookie ball. So 2 prospects from the Pirates going back. I'm not sure exactly where they fall in the Pirates prospect ranking. I'll see if I can pull that up real quick. See if we can't see exactly what kind of return this is for the Marlins.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it here on the fly.
Yeah. I'm not seeing Forrester on their list.
He's the number 18 prospect according to Pipeline, but Pipeline's so bad right now.
Yeah.
And Shim's 17. So
Jim 17. There you go.
yeah, I mean that seems like a pretty fair deal for the Pirates. I don't know how high, internally they are. When a player is the number 17 ranked prospect and he's in rookie ball, typically there's a lot more upside than like that 17th ranked prospect. You see a 17th ranked prospect at AAA, then yeah, those are the prospects you typically want to give away a lot more. But there's still obviously a lot of room to grow. Really, for both of those players, they're so far away. So I would have to say though, I mean, if I was a Marlins fan, I'd be pretty thrilled with the deadline that they've had. I feel like they've really kind of helped rebuild that team that was in a miserable situation. We saw them, recently. That's not a situation I think obviously any fan wants to be in. But I think they've had a really good deadline, and I think there's a good chance that we'll look back in a couple years and really kind of be like, wow, that team really had a great trade deadline and get it. Here, Craig is Skip Schumacher informing Brian De La Cruz that he was traded. There you go. That was my live feed from Marlins Park that we got exclusive access to. So shout out to the Marlins for giving us access to their ballpark cameras and allowing us to show that here on Chatterbox Reds live trade deadline.
You may have talked about this already, so I apologize if I'm rehashing things. But just for comparison's sake, we just mentioned the Pirates gave up at least their 17 and 18 prospect. On the red side, for what it's worth, the 17th and 18th ranked prospect, Cole Schoenwetter and Leo Balcazar. So I believe someone asked in the chat earlier about your feelings on Cole Schoenwetter. So I'll put it to you, Nick. Obviously, there are probably other pieces going back to the Marlins in this deal. It may not just be those two. If I were to tell you that you could have Brian De La Cruz in exchange for Cole Schoenwetter and Leo Balcazar,
I would probably. I don't know about without hesitation. I'd have to have a lot more information on both of those guys because Schoenwetter was not good, but he pitched in 12 games at the Complex League. I mean, how much stock do you really want to put in that? He's, was drafted out of high school. So again, I can look at the stats on him and be like, yeah, that's not impressive, but he's pitched in 12 professional games out of high school. What's my internal evaluations on him? Balcazar, a guy that has really struggled this year, just hit his first home run of the entire season, actually a couple days ago. He was a guy that everyone was in love with last year before he tore his ACL. It was out for the year. So he's kind of coming back. So again, what's your internal evaluations on him? But I think though, if, you're telling me without knowing this information and trying to guess, would I make that do? Yeah, probably I would. But again, those prospects that the Marlins got back might be viewed a lot higher than those two that where the Reds are at. The Pirates farm system is rated higher than the Reds right now. That's all something you have to remember. So while they might say, 16, 17 on the Pirates side, they might be closer to 9 and 10 on the Red side. And we might be talking more like Alfredo Duno, players that, people are a lot more, Carlos Jorge, that might be what they equate to. I don't know the answer to that.
Right. It's funny that you mentioned the whole, when you're getting prospects in that range that are in AAA or in the Reds case MLB, you're starting to have conversations about the system. The Reds number 16 prospect according to MLB.com, Julian Aguilar. Number 15, Reese Hines. Number 13, Lyon Richardson. Number 10, Blake Dunn. A lot of names that have either made it to the MLB or on their way there soon. So Nick is breaking some news.
Me breaking. My sources just tell me. My sources, Jeff Paston on Twitter. The Pittsburgh Pirates are finalizing a deal to acquire super utility man Isaiah Kiner-Falefa from the Toronto Blue Jays. So the Pirates, all in. Not all in. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 116 WRC plus. He's having a resurgent year this year for the Blue Jays after an entire career of being a below average hitter. 292, 338. Plays a good defense at shortstop. Yeah, I mean, these are two pretty good moves for the Pirates that help them. I don't know how much a phrase that I've gotten called out for several times that people hate. I don't know how much they move the needle. But I don't know. What's your thoughts? Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, a Pittsburgh Pirate.
IKF's a guy that honestly it feels like historically has not lived up to the hype. Like the Yankees, he was with the Yankees for a period of time and kind of underperformed there, but he's kind of having like a little bit of a resurgent year this year. He's slashing 292, 338, 420. I mean, and as as the tweet that you read pointed out, can basically play any position, right? And so gives you a ton of flexibility, but also of interest. And again, we don't know the return for IKF yet. The interesting piece here is that the Pirates are adding to their major league roster and haven't really subtracted a whole lot from their major league roster. So some decisions will have to be made on their end in terms of what moves they make corresponding to these moves. I'm not sure if you have any insight into that maybe I'm for trade that they made.
Well, the Pirates just lost Nick Gonzalez. He's went on the IL with a groin injury, so they were already kind of down a starter. I mean, I think Gonzalez was hitting like cleanup for them, I believe, not all that long ago. So, they were having to play Jared Triolo every day, who would kind of been, I think, more of a platoon player for them. So, yeah, I mean, they weren't really necessarily. I mean, they just called up a guy from AAA that they could send right back down for Kiner-Falefa's spot. So yeah, I mean, these are moves that'll help the Pirates. That'll help give them a chance. I would say
IKF
overall,
also under control through next year. So
yeah, and he's a great defensive player. He is
very good.
Very good. Right this year, he's +4 outs above average. He was above average last year. A speedy guy, and like you mentioned, to play a lot of different position. He's got a really good. He doesn't strike out at all, so he's a contact guy. I know the Pirates have a lot of that swing and miss in their lineup, so I'm sure they like that aspect of it to kind of balance their lineup a little bit more. But yeah, interesting. All right, and the Pirates, like they got their De La Cruz, so their fan base can breathe easy and don't have to worry about it anymore.
Isn't it amazing what 3 games in the standings can do? I mean, the Pirates are 2 games out right now. The Reds are sitting 5 games out, and they have a completely different approach, it feels. Not saying that either one is right or either one is wrong. But again, with the NL the way it is this year, with the extra playoff spot, everything else, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there, and yeah, it'll be fun to watch, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
just hoping that come September, we're still having the same kind of conversation, that there's a lot of potential outcomes.
Charles McAdoo for IKF, according to our good pal Reds in 4. We got to have someone on next year that knows a little bit more about prospects. that's got to be priority number one. And the way that you guys have supported this stream all day, yeah,
looks like they're number 3 prospect.
But your point about the Pirates and the Reds, I mean, I think if I was a Pirates fan, I would want them to do like what they're doing. I think I would want them to be soft buyers. I wouldn't want them to be going out and acquiring a bunch of rentals, but I would want them to be helping to support that team without mortgaging their future. And that seems like exactly what they've done. So I think I would like that. And I think where the Reds are at, if the Reds were, if the Reds were there, I'd want that. But fortunately, the Reds are at. They're 5 games back. They're a lot further back. And I think you had to kind of take a hard look in the mirror and you had to go one way or the other. But it genuinely, it does suck because the Reds are 3 of these 1-run games flipping from being in where the Pirates are at right now. The Reds, if they were 12-17 in 1-run games, 12-17, like that's not even a good record. They would be where the Pittsburgh Pirates are at right now. So I don't know. I mean, games that got away from the Reds, bad luck, combination of anything and everything in between is kind of injuries is why the Reds are where they're at. Yeah, I mean, it does suck. Like I would much rather be in the Pirates spot, but again, maybe we'll get to the end of the year and both teams won't make the playoffs, and well, the Reds actually made out better because guess what? The Reds didn't make the playoffs, neither did the Pirates, and the Reds didn't give away any prospects, got a little bit back, whereas the Pirates got absolutely nothing back. Maybe the Pirates go to the World Series and, everything's great. That's what makes baseball fun is because do the Pirates make the playoffs? Do they don't? I don't know. Do the Pirates make a run in the playoffs? I don't know.
Well, you just have to look back as recently as Sunday, and a game that you and I both talked about was a big game as it pertained to what the Reds would do at the deadline. And the Reds go into the 8th inning with a 1-0 lead and turn to Fernando Cruz, who proceeds to give up the lead. And the conversation around going to Lucas Sims in that situation with bases loaded, and then he walks in a run. So it's games like that and scenarios like that end up over the course of the year kind of dictating what happens on July 30th in this situation. And certainly you gave David Bell a lot of hell for his managing of that game. I don't think David Bell has had a huge impact on many other games, but that one certainly stands out as one that should have and could have gone the other way that didn't. And there's been a number of them this year that just you look back at it and you just shake your head, and that's all you can really do is shake your head and think of what could have been. And not only some of those late game, I don't want to call them meltdowns per se, but late game losses, but then also just what could have been if you have a healthy CES from last year, or you have a healthy Matt McClain, or whatever it may be, and just didn't happen for the Reds this year.
Charles McAdoo, the guy the Pirates just gave away. So he was a 13th round pick in 2023, but he has been incredible in the Pirates system. This year, a 169 WRC plus at high A, got promoted to double A and has a 134 WRC plus. So at 22 years old, flying through the Pirates system. Now, did the Pirates sell high on him and he's going to come back down to earth? Maybe. But they also gave up a guy that was, I'm sure, certainly had if that was a Reds prospect that I watched every day and did minor league reports on every day, I'd be loving, what he's doing. So, yeah, I mean, that's a player that definitely hurts, but I can't really fault them either, for trying to give their team a chance. And they didn't give up any of their, they're absolute top prospects either. So,
like you said, they didn't mortgage 2025 by doing it. They certainly gave up some prospects that could help them down the road, but it didn't change anything for 2025. So, yeah.
All right, 24 minutes to go, Craig.
24 minutes to go, and
will we have chaos or not? That's the question.
I think you're going to see a lot around the league. I'm not sold right now that it's going to be from the Reds. I quite frankly thought that the Reds would be a lot more active up until now. It's beginning, I listen. I said weeks ago it was shaping up to be one of those years where the Reds make one or two small moves and nothing that really blows you away. It seems to be shaking out that way. Lucas Sims seems to have been, and Frankie Montas seem to have been guys that are not surprises to be gone. But quite frankly, if we're being honest, there are 4 or 5 other guys who I think we both would agree made a lot of sense to move on from. Now, whether that means, they were buyers or sellers or a combination of both, doesn't really matter. But there's a number of guys on this team still that we know are not going to be part of the equation for 2025. And so you are very clearly not doing anything to help yourself for 2025, which has been the goal.
Craig Mish, who doesn't miss from the he's a Marlins writer, but he's all over everything. OMG, more trades coming. This is wild. 25
Do we
seconds.
think he's talking about the Marlins specifically, or do you think we're talking
No,
about
he will talk
everybody?
about things in general a lot of times. So it might be completely Marlins, but I don't think that necessarily means it's only the Marlins. And he said trades.
Multiple.
Which makes me think that he's probably not just talking about the Marlins. If he is,
yep,
then it's gonna be a crazy last 20 minutes here for the Marlins and their 17 fans.
Yeah. This is going to be, maybe we're going to have fun over the next 20 minutes. I don't know. We're going to see.
Oh, and then another Marlins trade impending. So I guess there is.
See?
It is
See?
somewhat Marlins, but he did say trades. He did say trades. So
Multiple. Yep.
we'll see. We'll see what that means. Frankie Montas, not expected to make his Brewers debut until the weekend in Washington. So he was supposed to start tonight, of course. So the Brewers are going to push him back. We'll see who does. What do you think he does for the Brewers? Any idea?
Listen, knowing the Reds' luck and knowing the Brewers' luck, he's going to go there and he's going to be Cy Young caliber for the last 2 months
Sabathia, 2008.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just the way things go, But and he's going to earn himself a lot of money this offseason by doing it, and then same cycle over and over again. Look, we hate to continue to give a lot of praise to in division opponents, but the Brewers just have time and time again been a prime example of how to run a franchise. And they've done it through strategic trades. They've done it through growing homegrown talent. We saw it this offseason with them, moving Corbin Burns to the Orioles, that a move that some thought was crazy. And now Corbin Burns is a top Cy Young candidate in the AL, but the Brewers didn't lose a step, and that's just what they do. And there's certain franchises around sports that, for whatever reason, regardless of what's going on, they seem to continually be at the top of the heap. And part of that is ownership, part of that is the GM and other leadership, and part of it is a little bit of luck in this game. You don't want to admit it, but part of it is a little bit of luck.
We got another trade. Got to give me a second to find the pronunciation guide. I'm not butchering this young man's name. Oh. Wuzcar? Brazoban? How do you think I did?
Brazoban sounds right.
They only have the
Huascar?
first. They only have the first name. Like, Baseball Reference. Do you really think like I might not want the full pronunciation guy? It says Huascar. He's having a great year for the Marlins. 20 games as a reliever, 2.93 ERA, 2.63 FIP, striking almost 10 batters per 9, 0.29 home runs per 9 allowed. A 34-year-old pitcher that the Mets just required. So capitalizing on a guy having a great year. And yeah, I mean, Chris, the Marlins are having the deadline I wanted the Reds to have. I agree with that. But again, you would have had to have traded Alexis Diaz, and he's not going to get the same return that Tanner Scott's going to have. So you didn't. That's not really a 1-for-1. Who else did the Marlins trade? I don't know. Maybe India would have gotten you the Brian De La Cruz return. It's not a 1-for-1 because he's a totally different type of player playing a different position. Imagine trading India to the Pirates. That would have been a wild move. Who else have the Marlins traded? We can kind of run through some comps while we got time here. The Marlins traded Josh Bell. He was a salary dump,
DFA,
right?
yeah.
I mean,
he was
basically. Jazz Chisholm, that was obviously the first domino to fall. Does the Reds have any sort of comp for him?
For Jazz Chisholm?
Yeah, I mean,
what's
the Reds equivalent of trading Jazz Chisholm? A healthy TJ Friedel? I mean,
yeah.
They don't really have anyone remotely close.
Right. So Josh Bell, Brian De La Cruz. I think Tanner Scott is the one that has the most clear comparison with the Reds. Obviously with Alexis Diaz, Brian Hoeing. Let's see.
Maybe if you traded Alexis Diaz, Sam Moll, and Lucas Sims together, you get Tanner Scott. I mean, like, am I too crazy? I mean, that's probably about, I don't know what you would be looking at. You also got to remember the Marlins are the 2022 Reds. They're not the 2024 Reds, right? I mean, they're in a totally different spot. So, I mean, it's not a 1-for-1 comp, but you would have, like, if you're wanting these kind of returns, you have to be trading Andrew Abbott. You have to be trading Alexis Diaz. You have to be trading Spencer Steer. I mean, that's almost, the type of players that I think you have to be moving if you want to be getting these massive type of returns. It's hard to make it a 1-for-1. Who's another team that's kind of, I would look at other teams that are in this, where the Reds are at, where they were trying to contend this year. The Marlins were never really trying to contend this year. They traded their best player in May. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think people thought that the Cardinals were trying to were trying to compete. And they haven't really done a whole lot either.
Eloy Jimenez to the Whites, to the Orioles.
The Orioles are buying.
I don't know if he costs all that much because he still owed a lot of money. Eloy Jimenez, an 80 WRC plus this season. Still owed.
He struggled.
Yeah, that's what's interesting because the Orioles were like talking about shipping out Mountcastle last week, right? Mm-hmm. And they're buying Eloy Jimenez. I would need an Orioles person to kind of walk me through that deal a little bit more. Chat, you got any ideas on why the Orioles would make that deal? Because I'm not sure I'm seeing that. I mean, he's obviously got the upside.
He's got the upside, but I'm not seeing how he improves them today. I mean, he's got a negative 0.7 WAR and an OPS plus of 81. I mean,
I mean, I'm sure the White Sox gave him away. I mean, I'm sure they just straight up gave him away.
Cash considerations or something.
Yeah. I mean, the White Sox might even be eating some of that salary. That's where does he fit on that team? Does he have an option? I mean, that's honestly, no, he does not have an option. I don't know. Where does he fit on that team? No, the Orioles making another move.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Maybe it's an indication of something that's coming.
Yeah. Is there this is your winner for the biggest WTF of the deadline. Yeah, I mean, I'm having a hard time understanding this deal. I'm not saying it's terrible because you're getting a guy for nothing other than paying part of his salary, I assume, but I'm just not sure I see where he fits in unless the Orioles are seeing something that we're not about. I don't know. Maybe they're thinking you get the guy out of the South Side and the GM calling players out from the dugout, and you get him into Baltimore, and you're going to breathe some life into him. I don't know.
The Orioles don't seem like a team that's poised to take a flyer on a guy, though. I'm not 100% sure what's going on.
I almost think the Reds would be a more like suitor for a guy like that, or another team that's several games back that probably isn't going to make the playoffs, but take a guy, see if he, there's anything left in the tank. That's a wild trade. All right, 13 minutes to go, Craig. What else is happening?
Any crazy predictions for the last 13 minutes?
I don't know. I didn't see Eloy Jimenez to the Orioles coming, so.
Nathan says the O's are preparing their Nick Martinez package.
Maybe.
I mean, that's the biggest surprise, right? The fact that Nick Martinez is still a Cincinnati Red.
I'm surprised I haven't saw a sliver of rumors since Lucas Sims got traded. I thought I would see something else. Now, the Reds are historically a very quiet team that does not let a lot of stuff get out. Like, they are very intentional about that, and you could go into a whole nother show about how the Reds go about maintaining their secrecy to sources. If something leaks, it's because it leaked on the other side, not the Reds. Yeah, I'm surprised it's been as quiet as it's been, but still 11 minutes to go.
Yeah. Oh, Alex English.
Here we go. I ask and I shall receive. C. Trent Rosecrans, 12 minutes until the deadline. I don't think the Reds are done, and I've been told they're still working on things, but nothing's done until. C. Trent, are you watching? Are you watching?
C. Trent, just come on the show.
Tell us what's going on, Trent.
C. Trent was on the show when we found out about Mac McLean's surgery, right? So it's only fair that he's on the show when we find out about the Reds trade deadlines move.
But again, I said like 2 hours ago, like Nick Martinez is the guy you want to get teams bidding against. So maybe that's still happening. Let's see. Let's be patient.
All the way up until the deadline. Yeah.
I mean, I know we all want to get out our pitchforks and they did nothing. Okay. Well, there's still 10 minutes left. Let's see. Let's have some patience here. Phillies acquiring left-hander Tanner Banks from the Chicago White Sox. All right.
White Sox finally moving.
Yeah. I guess Chris ended his press conference.
Let's see. The Tanner Banks. MLB Pipeline just released a ranking of the prospects that were traded at the deadline so far. Or maybe it's just their current rankings. Maybe that's all it is. Andrew Salcedo, not ranked. Portes, not ranked. That's it. All right. 9 minutes. Till you get to go get some dinner and watch the Reds baseball.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
what roster is it going to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to make sure you wake up for the game tonight for the ninth inning at least.
At least, yeah. If I wake up by the 5th, I'll be good. No, I should probably be a dad. I should probably be a dad for like 20 minutes today. Shout out to my wife who's been watching the kids all day and allows me to do things like this, and certainly not easy. But there's obviously so much interest. And I cannot believe there's 267 people watching this. When we did the MLB draft, it was really just because the Reds had the number 2 pick. Wasn't because I necessarily thought, hey, I really want to do a draft show. And then so many people just started tuning in live. So I will keep doing this if there's if there's I don't want to say a demand, but people that are interested in it. So appreciate all you watching. I wish I knew why you were watching, but I appreciate it nonetheless. 8 minutes to go. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun.
You've been following the Olympics at all, Nick?
Yeah, I do love the Olympics. I like the times this year. It's been pretty good. I'll get some work done, put it on in the morning. I believe my guy Jimmer Fredette was in action today. I didn't see the results though. I wanted to watch that, but I was on a stream.
Oh, is he in the 3-on-3?
Yeah.
Basketball?
Yeah, I was excited.
This is somewhat interesting.
Women lost.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. Maybe the
To
women
who?
was only today. They lost to Germany in the opener.
Oh, the 3-on-3 basketball.
Yeah, Haley. Oh, yeah. Not the dream team.
You think the MLB should accommodate the Olympics?
Yes.
And every 4 years have a pause and put the baseball in the Olympics?
No question about it. They can find a way to do it. Now, look, I'm not naive enough to know that making it work is incredibly hard, but just such an opportunity to grow your brand. So yeah, I very much support it. Couldn't support it more.
Tanner Banks, 32 years old, will be a multi-inning reliever who could return to starting at some point. Maybe he's a comp for Nick Martinez if that's a possibility. Ian Brown just tweeted out, annual reminder that just because a trade hasn't been reported or announced by 6 p.m. doesn't mean that there won't be one. Sometimes there's just procedural stuff to finish before teams announce.
White Sox will not be trading Garrett Crochet by 6 p.m. Wow. Could you imagine if you're a White Sox fan?
Move all those pieces and you don't move your most valuable one?
What a absolute dumpster fire of a situation that turned out to be. Wow.
Well, I don't think it helped that. What was it? Garrett Crochet came out earlier this week or last week and said that if he gets traded, he doesn't plan on pitching in the postseason unless he has a renegotiated deal beforehand, right?
Yeah, which
Did I
is
see
wild
that from him.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely.
So that's certainly not going to help his value.
And then I was talking with Paco earlier. We actually played the video of their GM Chris Getz, who was really wild and his comments kind of firing back. But we got another move. Kevin Kiermaier to the Dodgers. That feels like the most Dodgers move of all time.
Oh, Jeff Passan, Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers.
Oh, all right. It's heating up. It's heating up.
It's heating up. There you go. Jack Flaherty. We'll
I
see what
think
kind of return that brings, but
the Dodgers always have this like 11th hour move every year. All right. He's a rental. He's on a 1-year deal. So the Dodgers just like waiting to pounce. Like they're like the sleeping giant that they're not going to do much, and then bam, right at the end.
Yeah, it was funny. 7 minutes ago, Ben Verlander tweeted out, "If the Tigers seriously don't trade Jack Flaherty in this insane sellers market, then I honestly don't even know what to say." And then 6 minutes later, Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers, and the Dodgers never really have like a super highly ranked, farm system, but like they always seem to come out of the woodworks with guys to make deals like this.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. I mean, Walker Buehler, it's hard to see if he'll be a part of that rotation or not. Yamamoto, I don't know if he's going to get back, but I mean, Glasnow, Kershaw, Flaherty, maybe you get one of those guys back. I mean, you have a pretty formidable rotation with obviously that, insane top of the lineup with Ohtani and Freeman and Smith. So I don't know. The Dodgers are kind of a weird team this year where they're obviously very good, right? I mean, but they don't have a deep lineup. They don't have a deep rotation. They have an incredible bullpen. This doesn't feel like it's the year the Dodgers are the World Series champs, but the fact that it doesn't feel like it's the year the Dodgers are the World Series champs, why I feel like the Dodgers will be the
It's
World
interesting,
Series
right. The year that it doesn't feel like they're the clear and cut winners. Yeah, I don't know. Jack Flaherty this year for Detroit, 18 starts. He's 7-5, but just a 2.95 ERA, a 3.11 FIP. Having a really good year, one of the better years of his career, which is, dates back to 2017 now. I mean, a good arm to add to that rotation. And like you said, with the uncertainty of Walker Buehler, feels like a clear fit for the Dodgers to move forward with a rental like this. And then I'm sure they'll sign somebody for $800 trillion this offseason. Ryan Yarbrough is going back to the Blue Jays in return for Kevin Kiermaier, is the report.
It has to be more than that, right? Certainly, that's just the first piece, right?
Yeah, Bob Nightingale is. Yeah, Bob Nightingale is.
So good.
Yeah. Bob Nightingale is reporting that the Dodgers were deep in talks with the White Sox for Garrett Crochet, and then once the White Sox determined that they weren't going to move Crochet, they quickly pivoted to the Tigers and Jack Flaherty.
Martin Perez to the Padres, so the Pirates sending a guy out as well. He's listed as the Pirates' number 3 starter on Fangraphs, but he has a 5.20 ERA this year.
Yeah. Tampa Bay Rays will not be trading Yandy Diaz. They were looking for 3 to 4 players in return. May still move him in the future, but there were massive setbacks in negotiations today.
Dylan Carlson to the Rays.
I had seen that Carlson's name was on the block.
He fell out of favor quickly.
He really did. He really did.
That
a guy that just a few years ago that, I mean, he was one of the top prospects in their system, and a lot of people were really high on him, and then just never really panned out to the expectations, and now he moves to the Rays.
At 6 p.m. Eastern, again, I'm going to wait till I see that tweet from C. Trent or Mark Sheldon or Charlie Goldsmith saying, hearing the Reds are done. That's kind of the nail in the coffin. Trades will still come in. Yeah, but Dylan Carlson, I mean, I remember a couple years ago, 2021 opening day, the Reds played the Cardinals the first series of the year, and he was like the hot topic, and man, he fell out quickly. And they've had the same thing with Jordan Walker. You know, Jordan Walker still has a lot of time left, but it's crazy how it's been their lesser prospects that have really come up and played well than their top guys.
Yeah, Dylan Carlson, 59 games in the majors this year, negative .9 WAR, a 198 batting average, and a 47 OPS plus. Also, just in from John Heyman, Luis Garcia goes from the Angels to the Red Sox. So the Red Sox add Luis Garcia. Yeah, I am seeing the report of Ryan Yarbrough. I don't see anybody else yet.
Cardinals are getting
Sean Armstrong.
Was he the opener on Sunday?
He was. Yep.
Yeah. David Bell helps
And
his value.
The X.com is humming right now with lots of news coming across the wire, and not anything Reds related yet, but as you said, until it's over, it's not over.
Yeah, until I see the famous tweet. This is fascinating. Lots of trades. 0 top 100 Baseball America prospects have been traded.
Interesting.
0. There's not been a single. Nothing more from the Cubs. The Cubs are done.
It's felt a lot of major leaguers for major leaguers this year. Doesn't it feel like there's been a lot of moves that are major leaguer for major leaguer? I don't think it's been that way in the past, and it certainly feels like there's been a lot of swapping of major league talent this year.
A lot of people underwhelmed from the Dodgers' return. Trey Sweeney.
Okay.
Lirazano. So again, I don't know. Maybe these returns at the end just weren't as
Source
much.
tells Ken Rosenthal that the Cubs are done for the day, meaning Jameson Taillon, after getting beat up yesterday by the Reds, will not be moved at the deadline. Wasn't Luis Garcia one of the guys that was DFA'd last year by the Angels, and then nobody picked him up? I remember that correct. Right-handed reliever. We talked about it potentially being a fit for the Reds, and then they didn't do it. But I can't remember for sure.
There's so many Luis Garcias.
I know.
Is there like 3 of them in baseball right now?
There's multiple for sure.
He was on the
Baseball
Padres
Reference is my favorite. You'll search for guys. So right now, if you search for it, there's 3 guys that are active, and then another 2 other guys passed.
Guardians are done.
Okay.
So we're trickling it in. The Pirates made a prospect-only deal. Sent Patrick Riley to the Orioles for Billy Cook.
Yeah, you mentioned it, but Jack Flaherty, the return, shortstop Trey Sweeney, and catcher first baseman Theron Liranzo. So 2 months of Jack Flaherty for their number 3 and number 28 prospects. As we mentioned, the Cubs are done. Dylan Carlson on the move. Astros reportedly done. They pick up Yusei Kikuchi and Caleb Ferguson. Don't make any more moves.
All right. Still waiting for that tweet.
Still waiting.
I would be surprised if Nick Martinez was not moved. It definitely felt like it was trending that way earlier today.
Right. Yeah, I felt like when Lucas Sims was the first deal of the day, I felt like we were warm. We were getting ready for madness. I really did.
Yeah.
Los Angeles baseball trade values. The Dodgers were acquired Jack Flaherty, $9.3 million trade surplus from the Tigers in exchange for Theron Liranzo, $17.4 million surplus, and Trey Sweeney, $2.2. Deal rejected by our model as an overpay by LA.
Wow. Okay. Depends. It just depends on. That feels like a pretty low value for Flaherty, though. So, as much as I do like that, I think it's a lot better than a lot of other sites.
Guardians are all done per source. Lane Thomas and Alex Cobb are their two main additions.
Rockies are done.
The Phillies sending infielder William Bergola in exchange for Tanner Banks. So we knew Tanner Banks was on the move. Now we know William Bergola is the return there. Yep. No more deals by the Rockies. They hold on to Cal Quantrill, Austin Gomber, Brendan Rodgers, and Elias Diaz, who were all reported to be on the block. Man, I got to be honest with you, Nick, and I don't know if you have experience with this or not. So, if you do, then we can have a commiseration about it. But the fact that TweetDeck is now part of the paid subscription for X.com really killing me, because having to refresh this and not having it autofill,
I keep
killing me
clicking.
right now. Killing me
Click,
right now.
Click. Yeah. Important we also point out and remember that Nick Martinez is under control next year. He's not done. So Red Sox under control, $12 million next year. So
yep. Per source, the Rays are done. Yandy Diaz does not move. Pete Fairbanks does not move. Brandon Lowe does not move. Zach Littell does not move. Still waiting for that Reds notification, though. C. Trent, we know you're watching, C. Trent. Go ahead and let us know what's up.
I don't know. I have no insight on this. I'm trying to go off of memory here. I certainly don't have any concrete data, but it feels like when the Reds have been done, that tweet is like at 6:01. So again, I might get it here in another minute, and the Reds were just waiting till the end, but it does usually feel like it came quick. And I don't know if anyone in the chat can remember back if I misremember that. San Francisco Giants acquiring Mark Canha from the Detroit Tigers.
Interesting.
The Giants were selling. They traded Soler. Now, Soler was, I think, to get out of that contract more than anything else. So that's kind of maybe a little bit of them trying to get out of that.
Yeah, Mark Feinsand tweets it out. I mean, it's a good point and something for us to keep in mind too. I mean, there was a ton of chatter surrounding guys like Tarek Skubal, Blake Snell, Garrett Crochet, all three of those guys still with their clubs after the trade deadline. I mean, it's similar with the Reds. There was a lot of guys who felt like
Austin Slater to the Orioles.
Slater to the Orioles. There you go.
I guess that's why they didn't DFA him, because
there you go.
The AL East front runners wanted
him. Yep. C. Trent tweeted it out. Source: the Reds have traded outfielder Austin Slater to the Orioles. So the Reds get less than a month out of Austin Slater. The Giants get less than 2 weeks out of Alex Young. and that trade is basically off the board now.
So that is not the last. That is not the move I saw. I
guess it makes a little bit sense. It opens you up to your spot for
does
Weimer
France get
and
activated? What does France? I'm
or
assuming
France.
France gets activated tonight. I have no idea. I haven't heard if he's in Cincinnati or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I saw that players have 3 days to report after a trade. So, so it could. I mean, you saw it with we saw it in Tampa Bay. I mean, Randy Arozarena gets traded, and then the next day he's in the stands watching the game. So there is some time and some moves that have to happen in order to make it sense. Our friend Bryce Spalding tweets out, everyone's favorite player is now gone after 20 long plate appearances. So thank you, Austin
former
Slater,
Reds,
for your
get the jersey.
contribution. That's
Get
right.
the jersey. All right.
So now does C. Trent tweet out that the Reds are done?
Still waiting for it.
Still waiting on it.
Got Gordon Whitmire just confirmed that Austin Slater's to Baltimore.
Thanks, Gordo. So we'll see what the return is for that. We'll discuss that once it comes through. Can't imagine it's much.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's
probably similar to Sims,
cash.
where you're lucky to get somebody, cash or
no, it's not even close to Sims. I mean, this guy that was, I mean,
well, I'm saying cash or some dude in rookie ball that you've never heard of.
Yeah,
it won't be the upside that we got out of the Sims trade, but yep. In total, Austin Slater, 21 plate appearances in 8 games appeared. He had 2 hits, scored 2 runs, 3 RBI, walked twice, struck out 6 times for a total of slashing of 111, 190, 111. So a total OPS of 302, or an OPS plus for those keeping track of -13. Just in his games with the Reds. Right-handed pitcher Eric Silva headed from the Giants to the Tigers in exchange for Marcana.
Dylan Floro to the
Dylan
Diamondbacks.
Floro.
And folks, if we don't have the return for Austin Slater and we do get the Reds are done, love you, but I'm not gonna wait out the return for that. You'll have to find that out on Chatterbox Reds post game, which is gonna be in like 3 hours. So yeah, you'll have to wait. Or you can, do it. Why is Reds live on?
Because tonight is the telethon, so they do Reds live from 6 to 6:30.
What a night to do the telethon.
6:30 to 7 is the telethon, the Reds Community Fund telethon, and then the game at 7. The Reds had a decision to make with the 26-man roster when they activated Ty France. Austin Slater, who was hitting 111 with the Reds, heads to Baltimore as the Reds open up a roster spot for Ty France.
Deal is for cash considerations.
There it is.
So we got it. Woo!
Bang. Get crawled. Obscure former Reds. The Reds clearly won this year's deadline. So the Reds, who are obviously maybe not be done, but expecting Jabot and Pagan back anytime, have multiple arms in the bullpen who have no options, and multiple arms at AAA, and yet do not move anybody other than Lucas Sims from the bullpen so far. Yep. Slater move opens up a roster spot for Ty France. No prospects coming back in the deal. Straight cash. That's fine. You were gonna cut him anyway.
Could like the stream on the way out so people can go back and rewatch this 4-hour stream later, because I'm sure there's a massive market for that, right?
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people are going to watch every single minute. They might even slow it down to make sure they can make it last even longer.
I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't, All right. Orioles have acquired Gregory Soto from the Phillies before the trade deadline.
Interesting. Like we said, 617 and deals still rolling in. Don't count out your Reds just yet.
Reds at 4 points out. The O's straight up don't have roster spots for all these moves.
Yeah.
Says something else cooking. Yeah, maybe.
Austin Slater matches Asdrubal Cabrera's 2 hits of production in their tenure with the Reds.
That's tough, man. His baseball reference is just going to show that, and it lives forever. Maybe the Reds will bring him back next year, just to kind of have that straighten out
just
a
to
little
give him
bit.
a chance to add to it. Yep. You want your career numbers. How's he going to get into the Reds Hall of Fame with those kind of numbers?
I don't know. I do not know.
I think you mentioned it. Martin Perez from the Pirates on the move to San Diego. Or no, Padres acquiring Martin Perez from the Pirates. The Phillies sending right-handed pitching prospect Seth Johnson back to Baltimore. Orioles acquiring left-handed reliever Gregory Soto. Phillies are getting right-handed pitching prospect Seth Johnson. So there you go. That's wrapped up.
I don't know. I guess I'll go ahead and, I guess give my thoughts if this is it. But again, we still have not seen that definite. So until then, it's hard to say for sure one way or the other. I mean, I thought the Reds got a really good return for Frankie Montas. Lucas Sims was about what was expected. I have a hard time believing the Reds weren't trying to move Nick Martinez if they got a deal, especially based on what they had done, prior. But again, you're not just giving away these players. Again, unless I see a concrete report, the Reds turned down this return. It's really hard to, have any strong opinions one way or the other. I mean, I think the Reds should have been shopping all these guys. And then, as far as Buck Farmer and Justin Wilson, they're the two that are expiring contracts. I mean, you don't have to trade those guys if there's nothing in return, right? I mean, yes, Emilio Pagan and Ian Jabot are coming back at some point, but there's no guarantee that either one of those actually do make it back. They haven't even started rehab assignments yet. And there's also no guarantee that before when those guys come back, that someone else won't get hurt before that. So, I mean, again, if they're not getting anything of return back or anything that has any sort of value at all, And I mean, look, you can keep some of these players. You can still try to win this year. You tried to capitalize on the market the best you could. I think the only people that I think should be mad is if you wanted the Reds to trade Andrew Abbott. Like if you wanted them to actually go and like make a big splash like that, then I mean, yeah, then you can be mad about that. I don't really know about the rest of the guys unless there was a deal that they just straight up passed on, but I don't really see that any information that would lead you to believe that happened. So Mark Sheldon says no deal for Martinez.
Yep.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it looks like
Nick
Nick Martinez is staying. I don't know. That's why I was going to ask your opinion. So Mark Sheldon tweets out, outfielder Austin Slater was with the Reds for only 3 weeks. He was traded to the Orioles for cash consideration. Source confirmed. Looks like Nick Martinez is staying. No deal was made to move him. Is that a confirmation that it's over, or is that just...
I think it's going to be a confirmation that it's over because I'm tired and it starts in 30 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, again, we'll see what happens with Nick Martinez. I mean, he has a player option next year. The Reds get crazy and get hot here. I don't think anyone's gonna be critical of the trade deadline. That's unlikely, but it is still a possibility. Gordo says the Reds are done, so I think that's probably it. Yeah, Lucas Sims at 5 minutes before we started the stream, and Frankie Montas last night. So, again, yeah, I kind of I shared my final thoughts. We'll share more on Chatterbox Reds tonight. We'll be back in the 9th inning. Craig, you have any other final parting thoughts?
Just that ultimately the team must have thought that they were in a position to compete in 2025. I mean, I agree with it or not, but it all comes down to what kind of deals are offered up. And if teams didn't value the Reds assets the way that the Reds did, then I guess you have to applaud their stick-to-itiveness to be willing to say that that's not what we're looking for. But yeah, like I said, I think it felt a little bit like a lack of commitment one way or another to me. But nonetheless, as you said, if the Reds can get hot and compete for that last playoff spot, then we're all going to kind of forget about it. Now, if the Reds get hot and then miss the playoffs by a game or two, then I'm sure a lot of people are going to look back to this just like they looked at the deadline last year. So hindsight is 2020. You have no way to know. And we also have no insight into what deals may or may not have been available. But shout out to the 300 plus people who are still tuned in 4 hours into the show, 4+ hours into the show. Unreal. We appreciate your support for sure. Appreciate the super chats that were sent earlier in the show. And shout out to Nick. He was a real one. 4 hours and 27 minutes by the time it's all said and done. And time, I would say go get a nap, but really, I mean, go get some dinner and settle in for the Reds game at 7.
Yeah. Well, no, thanks everyone for watching. Plenty more thoughts tonight. Levon Soto is also in the Slater trade to the Orioles. Where are all these Orioles players going?
We just added Levon Soto for more cash considerations.
I don't know.
Whatever.
All
right.
I think I have an outro video. I'm going to hit that. Again, have a great day, everyone. Thanks for watching. Chatterbox Reds, 9th inning tonight. See you then.